Commander of the Achilles, if you would present us a log, please.
Commander's log, stardate 60186. Captain Pend and Lieutenant Rylov are currently missing in action following our last away mission on the surface of Avlik Prime. The U.S.S. Achilles remains in orbit of the planet while we await their return or, more likely, launch a rescue mission. We've received word that the U.S.S. Void Treader is en route to our location, carrying new transfers and vital supplies. Their arrival will bolster our resources and assist us in carrying out our mission. However, the priority remains on locating Pend and Lieutenant Rylov and ensuring their safe return. As we prepare for the arrival of the U.S.S. Void Treader, we remain vigilant and ready to embark on the next phase of our mission. I've just received word that the reinforcements from the Void Treader are inbound. Following a report coming up from Commander Aza and Ensign Ven, they've managed to return from the hazardous away mission. We've learned of the numerous experiments and perils within the dormant Romulan Telchiar base on the planet. The situation has taken a dire turn, and we've received distressing news that the inner core facility's life support system has deactivated, putting the captain, lieutenant, and my hoplites in imminent danger. With the life support compromised, we must act swiftly to rescue our stranded crew members. Their EVA suits can sustain them for only a limited time, and their remaining breathable air may dwindle within a matter of hours. Time is of the essence, and I'll be working quickly to mobilize our resources and execute a successful rescue operation. The hazards and challenges that Commander Aza and Ensign Ven encountered serve as a reminder of the dangers we face in this mission. Our crew's resilience and adaptability is being tested, and our courage has brought us this far. We owe it to the captain and lieutenant, as well as all the rest of the away team, to get them back safely. Our current priority is to organize a focused rescue team equipped with the specialized gear and necessary resources to navigate the terrain of the Romulan research base. Once that's out of the way, we'll see if we can get the captain back. End log.
This is a 3-threat game. As we cut not to the Achilles, but to the Void Treader, just outside of its transporter bay. Presuming your GM can find it. There it is. And entering through the passageway are two individuals, a Starfleet officer and a Vulcan in, I presume, civilian garment. Formal or casual, I am unaware of this time.
This is business, so formal.
Who is the camera looking at, folks? As the two of you encounter each other outside the door.
This is outside the transporter room?
Yep, you just happen to be walking to this. You were told to go to a certain transporter room to be transported over to the Achilles, and you just happen to be running into each other.
Okay.
You may or may not be aware of each other aboard the ship. The ship has been traveling from Narendra for as fast as it really could.
Okay.
I will note the Void Treader. I will remind the Void Treader is a civilian vessel under contract with the Federation. It is a Federation vessel, but it's not Starfleet.
Right. ISS Void Treader, got it. So yeah, Nanerta is actually, instead of in the usual duty uniform, is in like duty coveralls, like you sometimes saw Data or Laura wearing, or the engineering guys in the background. Just the standard day shift engineers working coveralls with all sorts of pockets and stuff. He's got the equivalent of the Starfleet equivalent of a duffel. Their various engineering tricorder and hypo spanner, a big ass wrench just hanging from his belt and shoved into pockets. Oh, hello. Are you headed to the Achilles as well?
And I guess the commander finds himself speaking to a Vulcan in brightly colored clothes that are formal, and there's a badge, not a Starfleet badge, but a uh, Federation governmental badge. And Saleya will answer, yes, I'll be spending some time there. Are you being transferred?
Yes, looks like I'm replacing their chief engineer, who is up to bigger and better things, or at least other things. Lieutenant Commander Nahtho, and knowing that the Vulcans aren't really big into the handshaking, I only have 3 fingers, so I'll do the Vulcan salute with one of my arms. Pleasure to meet you.
Saleya will respond with the appropriate hand gesture and say, how fortuitous. I'd hoped to meet the senior staff quickly. This, if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to know what you're expecting on the Achilles.
As you ask that, all of a sudden the doors open and you see what appears to be a Bolian who is still in his who's in like a hospital smock, is being pushed through quickly by the staff to elsewhere on the ship.
He
Says,
looks
sorry, and they just keep going.
Nahtho will look at the Bolian and then pull a pad out of one of his pockets with his central hand and look at it and go, well, I guess that's who I'm replacing, it looks like. He puts his pad back away. Well, at least it won't take the captain pinned nearly as long to read through these orders.
I imagine your transfer will be somewhat smooth, judging by how much you're needed now.
Well, I'm not sure how you got that from the former chief engineer being wheeled out on a trolley, pointing with 2 hands. I don't think smooth is what we're in for. And besides, it's the Achilles. Have you not heard anything about that ship?
I'm actually really interested in what you've heard.
Well, pinned to the Achilles are famous. Mostly for getting into trouble, but also for getting themselves out of trouble. Are you coming, or are you just going to loiter in the hallway?
No, I'm. She keeps pace with you.
Okay.
I've heard they can be quite unique in their solutions.
Experimental ship on experimental missions. Sometimes unique is the only way to get through.
We'll see.
A human woman in rather adventurous attire, in that it looks less like a freighter captain or a officer. It looks more like someone who'd be running about some frontier city or colony. But you two know her as Captain Honora Volkov. She's been your ride from Narinja.
I'll walk to her and say, Captain, your ship has been very pleasant to travel on. I think the Federation and Starfleet have done well by contracting with you.
Yeah, and I think we worked out that harmonic in the left, the port side nacelle.
Oh,
Should be running smooth as silk at this point.
well, I'm quite glad that you both that you enjoyed yourself and enjoyed yourself, I suppose. Appreciate the repair. Bit of a heads up, they seem to be quite busy at the Achilles, so I'm not entirely sure there's going to be anyone on the pad to greet you beyond normal security. So Sorry about that. Did what I could.
Yeah, fair enough. I could probably sniff out engineering.
Very well. Do you need any special equipment or any other luggage to be brought on, or I think this is everything, yes?
Sure, yes.
Yeah, my my luggage is in storage. You can have it sent over.
Very well. Enjoy your journey. And she nods, and the two of you beam away. I made the wrong thing beam away, but that's okay. Just kidding, you're still here. Oh, nope, you're out here now. Don't worry about it.
Or should I say,
Transporter accident first thing? Dang.
That's a harsh way to go. Like 5 minutes into being
Yeah.
on screen.
Gotta
Yeah,
see
that's
who's
another
boss.
strength of creation and play. It doesn't take that long to come up with
I
a
was gonna say, I spend 20 threat and kill your new character.
Yeah, I didn't know we were playing Call of Corbinian.
Yeah, it's literally like
Of course,
TMP, where you
yeah.
just like get beamed back, just like the frozen, bloated corpses. And they don't
Right,
live
yeah.
very long when they come back.
Jesus.
Who is anyone awaiting your new arrivals? Or is it just Ensign Satal who's greeting them?
I rather can't.
I think
Yeah.
I will have sent down somebody. Who do we have that I'd be sending down? Because I don't think I can afford to get down there, but I am going to try and send someone.
I mean, you can send someone from command, apart from Cham, because he's not here.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's not the cadet.
My first thought was Cham.
Do we
Cham
have
is unfortunately
Jaishu?
being abducted by the Borg.
Daishu would
Yeah.
Jaishu, I
Yeah.
think, is also on the bridge right now.
Okay.
She's the XO currently.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I think No, I'm on the planet still.
No, you were beamed
No,
up
you got
along
back.
with Ven.
Yeah. We were being
Oh
up
yes,
to
we
the
were.
5%.
Okay. In that case, Aza can greet you.
Yeah, I like sending Aza. That's great.
Guys,
No.
I have a very good track record when it comes to stuff like this.
Uh-huh.
Press X to doubt.
You're gonna be meeting her a lot on this ship.
Yeah.
You beam on.
When you
Oh, go ahead.
when you beam in, Aza will be waiting. She is a medium height, upper middle age Bajoran lady, woman, I should say, 3 full pips, so you know she's a full commander. And depending on how much you know about the ship, you would know that she is the second officer, the chief medical officer, and the ship's counselor all at once. And she is standing at a loose attention, waiting.
For the past few minutes before they got here, some other supply. You probably came down with Arlen to make sure he got over safely because they're transporting him back to Narendra as part of the transfer.
Of course.
But there's also there's a few other people that came with in the last beam over and some supplies and stuff. You were informed that some important some VIPs were coming on this particular pad, hence why this is the one that they made sure to beam them to.
In that case, she seems a little bit distracted because as she's keeping an eye out for you, she's looking at a pad to make sure Arlen's condition is stable after the transfer.
Counselor gets a report that their doctors got a hold of him. He looks stable for now, and they've taken notes of they've gotten your medical file to make sure that watch out for any complications.
All right. In that case, I will ask for an update when he arrives and close the pad.
Lieutenant Commander Nahtho requesting permission to come aboard.
Permission granted. Welcome to the Achilles, Commander. And she turns and says, and you are?
Counselor Saleya, my condolences for your engineer.
Asa, who looks a little bit haggard, like her eyes just darken for a moment, and she says, thank you for your condolences. Welcome to the ship, you two. Do you need to be shown around?
A tour would be very valuable, but I think I have orders to deliver to Captain Pend if he is not busy.
Well, and judging by the shape of your the person I'm replacing, it might be best if for now I just got stuck right in. Could you authorize the transfer of command codes for myself as chief engineer?
GM, as a full commander, I assume I can do that.
Give me, we'll call it Control Command Difficulty 1, assisted by Computer's Command. There's a bit of, it's not an automatic thing you can do, it's a bit of bureaucracy, but it's something you can quickly do on a pad.
Yeah, she will ask for your path and then input some information into it. Okay, GM, trait commander in name only.
Complication increase.
Okay.
Asa might overthink the problem.
Okay.
That is how it goes, right?
Take 3 threat.
Certainly.
Yeah, she hands the code back, or she hands the pad back to you and says the codes should be all set. Engineering is exactly where your ship's map says it is.
Thanks, Commander. Yeah, and Nahtho will plug into the ship's computer and upload a map and directions in the LCAR system. Unless I'm needed elsewhere urgently, I think I'll go ahead and see what shape engineering's in.
Nahtho, Insight Command Difficulty 1.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to assign 2 to command.
You're remembering something.
Oh.
Or
Okay,
not,
so
if you don't make the roll.
So I have a whopping 10 in Insight Command. So let's see what happens. Nope. I don't know what's going on.
You have 0 and 0?
Yeah.
I think you unselected both of them.
Oh, sorry. New sheet.
New sheet,
Still.
new disc.
Still have not gotten used to that.
15 and 11 was what was rolled. Not that 12 and 15 were any better.
I do have orders for Commander Pend as well, or Captain Pend as well.
I apologize to the two of you.
I mean,
Captain,
beyond the transfer, I've got further orders.
I apologize to both of you, but Captain Pend, along with most senior staff, are currently planetside on a rather dangerous operation. You will be alerted when they return.
GM, since these orders come from our priority one from Captain Admiral Grennan, should I present them to the senior most officer in this kind of situation?
Reason Command Difficulty 1.
Let's see, that's a little better. Yes.
Yeah, in the event that the SCO isn't present, it is appropriate for an XO to get such orders. Unless it specifically says CO eyes only, at which point the biometric wouldn't even open. You wouldn't be able to read it. You would just see that, and okay, well, I don't get to read it. No one gets to read it.
Which I don't think. Yeah, these don't have eyes only. Well, then I'm afraid I have orders to give to the XO or whoever the senior officer currently is.
Commander Frolic is on the bridge. I can take you there.
I have the same question, GM. My orders don't say eyes only, but they do say top secret, and they're directed to Pend, not to the commanding officer.
Reason Command Difficulty of 1 or Con, either way. I think it's the same number for you. Come to think of it. Oh, and because someone saw the transfer order, that other person gets to see them, gets to read the thing if they want.
What did you say the attribute was?
Reason.
Either Federation law or bureaucracy, because they're orders.
I would take either. Actually, both of those would apply here. Gaining momentum, actually. Similar thing. Yours are a lot more restrictive, whereas Nanerta can hand off his to whoever the commanding or acting commanding officer is of the ship. Yours specifically has to be the CO or XO. If both are unavailable, then you can't present it to them because of the security clearance.
And Ace has mentioned that the ship's XO is available. It's on the bridge. Okay. That will work for me as well.
Satal gives Aza a look, like a slightly worried look, because it's one thing to get like special orders from Starfleet hand delivered, that's not a great sign. 2 different officials having orders is unusual. It's more than a little unusual.
Especially presumably different orders.
Yeah, Aza is going to like share a look with Satal and give the ever so slightest like shrug of like, I don't know what's going on either. And then she'll say, right this way, and lead them into the hallway. As she's talking, as she walks into the hallway, she'll be talking about the Achilles, its class, whether it's unique. Oh, we're going the other. We'll go to the other hallway.
I need to be able to grab the token.
It's okay. I didn't think about it. I just saw a door. She'll be, sharing with you the sort of boilerplate dictionary facts about the Achilles class, its specifications, its accommodations, meal times.
Ever so often, when you state a fact about the ship, Slaya will ask, like, and has that proven effective? Or how has that worked out? About everything from messes to the frequency of the warp crystals or the dilithium crystals.
Yeah, well,
and Nanerta will be nodding and making, making I'm listening noises while meantime, scrolling rapidly through various engineering specs and trying to catch up via his pad and new computer link to what the hell's going on. Got a pad in one hand, he's carrying his duffel bag in the other hand, and his third hand's just kind of tapping rapidly on the pad.
Well, counselor, I can't rightly speak to any shipboard operations. It is just not my specialty. However, I can tell you the messes aboard the ship have proven quite excellent. Our large supply of homegrown foods and chefs has allowed for several high quality meals.
Right.
Its positive effects on crew morale are immensely obvious to me as counselor.
Oh, yeah. And have you found that your presence as a counselor has been a positive impact on the senior staff?
Quick question. Would Ven be back on the bridge after having a chance to catch his breath from the mission, or would he be elsewhere?
Has medical cleared him for duty?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that highly depends on Aza's what's the word?
Evaluation?
Yeah, Aza's evaluation.
Given you suffered no additional traumas to your existing ones, your status is the same as before. Yeah, observe and report in, but
she'll clear him. In that case, she'll have cleared him for duty and say, we'll talk about this at your next session.
And Thralic will have ordered him to the bridge as soon as he's cleared for duty.
And that's when
I need all hands on deck right now.
Is he still sans one arm?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
You have a mechanical arm now, though, don't you?
Correct.
Yeah, he has a cybernetic.
Yeah, someone's working on a new one for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, Aza, when you say that question, Salaya, Aza like opens her mouth and closes it for a second and say, I cannot give away confidential patient information. However, as a general clinician, I can say the presence of a trained counselor aboard all ships is my preferred policy. Many Starfleet officers suffer from any number of mental disturbances, and fewer still are willing to treat them.
Very good.
Oh, that is.
Arrive.
Oh, sorry.
You arrive on deck 1.
You'll have to save that thought for another time. She will step forward and say, Commander, I have two new transfers.
Nahtho will shift things around, so he's got a pad in each hand. Lieutenant Commander Nahtho reporting for duty as Chief Engineer. I also have orders for the CO from Admiral Grinnan. And I
Welcome
pulled
aboard,
out
Commander.
the two pads.
Now,
Where do you need me?
let me take a quick glance through these orders.
Access is being granted now. Boop. There you go. You should see them at the top.
All right.
I'm waiting for the son of a bitch.
Let's see.
I'll briefly highlight as you're reading those that the transfer of Nahtho was kind of a thing that's been in the pipeline for a bit. It just hasn't come up. It's something you, Jaishu, and Penn would have known about, but you didn't know when he was getting to you because the command's been trying to get him to you somehow. It's like, where the hell are you guys? We don't know yet. Give us a second. If we're sitting still for a while, we'll let you know.
Yeah.
It's a very Age of Sail problem. You're trying to transfer an officer to a new theater, but knowing that can take a year.
Especially with board cubes floating around out there. It's like, let's not broadcast exactly where you are. That seems like a bad idea.
Yeah.
So, do I know any of Nahtho's history then? Or coming on road?
I don't, so.
Cool.
Edosians are very long-lived. He's probably in his 90s, so this is kind of like he's been in Starfleet for a long time, but this is kind of engineering is his kind of second career.
Gotcha.
So yeah, they're longer lived than Vulcans. So for Edosian, he's still fairly young.
Seems to be a leading engineer in the division because of his engineering 5.
Yeah, does have some wartime experience.
It's been 90 years. Quite a few conflicts in between then and now.
Within the last 8 years, yeah, there's been some conflict or another. Or if you were serving 8 years ago, there was a few conflicts back then, even after the Treaty of Bayshore.
That's right. 3 hands come in handy.
I'll unfortunately only have 2 hands. Have a pad in each hand, do final sign off on anything on transfer orders that needs to be done, hand those back. Keep the other pad with the priority orders and say, all right, Commander, we have a developing situation on the planet. We need to get air to a bunch of EVA suits that have been disabled down below. The TAC console has relevant mission updates. I want you to head over there and start liaising with the rest of the crew.
This one.
Yeah, you can put your token over that guy. There's a presumption that someone will always fill. These are chairs that are always filled. And then the minute you step, the guy immediately gets out of the chair to get out of your way. The guy gives you a brief look, and then there's a brief check to Thralic and Jaishu, and Jaishu just waves like, "Hurry up! I don't have time to do the niceties." Shoo. It's like, oh, okay.
I hand him my duffel bag.
Grabs it. Sir looks a little perturbed by the break of formality, but is like, oh, whatever.
The nurse is already into screens and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I will look over to Saleya and say, counselor, right?
Junior counselor of Pavere, Saleya.
Jaishu gives you a look and shakes her head like she doesn't know about this at all. This is complete news to her.
It's to me as well.
I'll hand the orders over and say, I would have preferred to give these directly to Captain Penn, but I think you're in a difficult time, and therefore I think we can make an exception.
New orders are now displayed to you, Commander.
Huh.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I like the sound of that.
I-
The ones I was bringing were bad enough.
is that audible?
No, right now I'd say that isn't a vocal response, that's an antenna response. So it's visible.
Oh, yeah. Asa, who's just been standing by the turbo lift, kind of like shifts her weight from one foot to another and is now very deeply concerned.
Mm-hmm.
If these orders seem in order to you, Commander, then I can observe and you can proceed. I don't wish to interrupt you. That's not my purpose. My purpose is purely observational.
Brock will probably be done reading this before I am, but you know.
What'd I miss?
Throllock's reading orders from the Vulcan
Court's
counselor.
Okay.
Nanerta will try and get caught up, particularly concentrating on what's up with the getting the air to people thing. I mean, I'm assuming something's not letting transporters happen.
Well, the problem that you find, actually, you might generate some momentum on this. Reason, command, or engineering. No, there was no engineers came back. A medical officer and a science officer came back. So, reason, command, or medicine or science. Difficulty 1, assisted by computers plus relevant department to check over the mission logs from the last away mission.
Okay, let's declare science at 3. We'll go ahead and roll on down and declare medicine 2 and con 1. So my disciplines are fully statted out. So let me do reason science. What's the diff?
A 1.
Okay. Let's get 3 dice just for fun. I think I will use momentum.
All 3? Oh no, you just want the extra 1.
Yeah, just 1. Yeah.
Okay.
Gain it back anyway.
So the away team had gone down to the. So the initial problem is that the facility that they're at, this Romulan research space that's kind of built into sort of with this Borg fusion thing going on.
Oh my god!
It is a rather it's a rather large facility, and beam-ins to there's a perimeter around the facility. The planet has been evacuated as of for several days now. But yeah, the facility is secured. Beam-ins to just outside the facility through a known safe passageway leads deeper into this massive complex. And then there's this inner, once you get past that outer shell by more than, say, a couple meters, beam-ins are basically impossible. Except what's been happening over the last few away missions is that people have been putting down little convoys and transporter buoys along the way in various rooms to kind of create this chain so that way you can still talk to the away team and also use that as a way to beam people in as far as they went and out again. So in theory, you could beam people as deep as the away team went. The problem is a couple things. One, the inner facility, even before the life support systems failed, were fairly toxic. They had fairly toxic gases. It was strewn with inactive Borg that do not present as normal Borg. They seem to be some other version of a Borg drone, but one on a glance would say that's a Borg drone. But the away team has been able to discern, no, these are not connected to the hive, nor were they ever, as far as they know. Now, the away team went up to a point, and then at that point, the away team separated with the hoplites, the captain, and Lieutenant Ryloff, chief of security. They went through some sort of device, some sort of teleporter. Commander Asa and Ensign Ven retreated because Ven was suffering from a mental trauma or an early onset one, which did pass, thankfully. But he was evacuated out of there.
That?
We don't overhear it. It's him looking it up in the report. He's seeing what happened.
okay.
He's reading over what's happened. So Aza and Ven came back. Unfortunately, wherever Pind and Ryloff went, no one knows. No one's in contact because wherever they went through some sort of device. Neither Aza or Ven are entirely sure, but from the EVA cameras, like the recorders and stuff that were happening, they went up to some sort of transporter pad that was in the facility, and they beamed to somewhere. The problem is that wherever they beamed, the signal wasn't. They lost contact with the comms buoy chain, so now the suits aren't talking to anything. That alone's bad. Except just as Aza and Ben were getting ready to evacuate, there was this strange electric surge in the facility, which knocked out power for pretty much everything except the facility systems itself, like its lighting and so on. So still plenty of toxic gases and stuff, but it did knock out Aza's and Ven's EVA suits, which kind of hastened their retreat because now they had dead EVA suits and they were living on hours of air, which probably wasn't helping Ven's panic any more than he already was. So that's why, as of present, if the EVA suit, so from that, both the crew is able to surmise that the hoplites, Pend and Ryloff, likely have suffered a similar EVA suit loss, which means they are not processing air, they're not filtering, they're on the emergency manual air supply, which only is really meant for a few hours, long enough for the person wearing it to reset the system and turn it back on. But based on what the away team figured out at what the ship figured out at the tail end of last episode, that's not an easy repair. That's not something you can do without an engineering kit on you, because it's a very complex failure point that happened to the EVA suits.
What was? Is it like a screen of some sort that's preventing communications and beaming and I'm assuming scanning in the facility, or is it material? Or
it's material, yeah. It's the actual material of the facility itself, plus the various strange devices that are strewn in it. Think when I say facility, think less a nice, perfect board cube and more this ramshackle, ugly mishmash of ships and buildings that on the outside looks kind of mundane and straightforward, but on the inside has all this Borgification and Romulan tech inside.
Okay. That's terrible.
Join the club.
Captain, Jaishu says to Thrala, kind of prompting, because she's not sure what to do with Celia. And you're the one who's reading the thing. She's like, I don't know why this person's here. She would, anyone could see from her outfit that she is a politician she is a council member, so she's in the Federation Council government, but beyond that, it doesn't really tell you what unless you happen to follow Celia's particular political career, you wouldn't know what committee she sits on.
Mm-hmm. That's something I'll be finding out later, not right now.
You actually would already know if it's in the orders, I think.
Yeah, Throg, you would see it in the orders.
Okay.
You're the only one who knows.
Yeah, she's a member of the council that sent the orders.
Okay, cool. I didn't catch that specific part. I assumed that part, but I didn't catch it in writing. I more meant history and political career.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You would have to. That's not in there.
Yeah. Counselor, find a place out of the way to conduct your duty. We'll talk more extensively once the immediate situation has been resolved.
So I will step back a few feet and find that this is a good place to do what she's here to do.
Yep. And Thralik will nod at you politely, just she doesn't seem against you being here, just I'm very busy right now.
Out of character.
You seem to get that Celia understands that and does not wish to interfere with you.
Cool.
Out of character, are there other seats in the command pit, or is it just the three?
Just the three, but there are little pull-out chairs for the auxiliary stations.
Okay.
They're kind of stand stations, but sometimes people are there for a long time, so they can pull a chair out real quick if they want.
I mean, you can also sit on the banisters surrounding it.
I mean, one could, yes. So where's Ace off to?
Oh, I am going back to medical because I don't think I'm of any immediate help up here. And I would like to double check the medical reports I received from the 2 transfers.
Give me, actually, as a sort of momentum gainer, give me Reason Medicine difficulty 1, assisted by computers medicine. This is you learning about their medical history rather quickly. That may or may not be of help to the mission.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Reason Medicine difficulty 1, assisted by computers medicine. As you look over their the various news transfers, medical files.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to have focus in any of this. So I am just going to spend one threat to momentum.
All right.
Sorry, that 2 should be a 1. I accidentally had focus on it.
So 2 momentum generated then.
Mm-hmm.
The various transfers are up to the standard of the Achilles. The Achilles has a very a high security focus, so most people have a high fitness requirement to have any chance of getting transferred onto the Achilles. Even if you're not security, it helps if you're enlisted or junior officer to be able to help out the hoplites, or some people are applying to be the hoplites, and those people usually have high fitness requirements to even have a shot, because it's not just Starfleet security, it's a special weapons and tactics team, a hazard team, and they are very selective, and there's only like a handful of them in the fleet because most ships don't need hazard teams like this. To highlight, I will say that Nahtho is of above average fitness, and Celia is, I would say, about average fitness of a Vulcan. Like,
yeah,
better than a human, but good for decent for a Vulcan.
I wasn't quite so concerned that they had any sort of contagion. I just wanted to double check that they didn't have any serious medical conditions or anything I needed to know about. And so once that's assured, I will not go poking where I don't need to poke yet.
Anything to highlight for Celia or Nahtho as for medical conditions that I haven't stated? I assume none from the sheets, but
nope.
I don't think, not physical, right? If they're like counseling records, that may be different than what Asa might expect, but not physical.
Are there counseling records, GM?
There would be, because you'd be informed as a CMO of the boat, and even as the counselor, you'd be informed of such things. And I'll send you a message to kind of give you a short answer to that.
While that's happening, I'm going to be giving some orders to Shifter. And probably Jaishu? Yeah. Attention for Commander Jaishu. I want the Patroclus and a shuttle escort prepared for potential long-term deployment. If we can't extract our teams on the surface within 2 hours, we have priority orders that need to be followed up on.
So we have orders to leave, even if we can't retrieve them?
Consider this an abundance of caution, Lieutenant. I don't plan to leave without them.
Understood.
Mention sent, counselor, just so you're aware.
Oh.
Nanerta will see if he can't get the readings on whatever pulse knocked out the power and the EVA suits. Did it knock out comms as well, communication badges?
It knocked out the suits, but thankfully
Okay.
it did not fry the comms. Boys, think like those transporter enhancers, except they
Right.
also have like a bit of extra oomph to them to do 2 rolls.
Right.
Give me reason engineering difficulty of 3, assisted by computers engineering.
Okay. Let us take it seems like a bold guy. Let's do bold engineering. And take a threat for the 3rd die and bold.
Love some bold.
How much that? Sorry,
1 threat for the 3rd die.
1 threat die.
And what am I finding out here? Is this me tracking down what the burst was?
Yeah. Based on the data that the suits were able to collect before they died.
Okay.
Thought we already do with that.
Well, that's horrible.
This is a nerd going over it to see if there's anything that was glossed over.
I did not hit it. I don't have anything beyond bold. So yeah.
Is it assisted by the ship?
Oh yeah.
Computers engineering.
Okay, 1 second.
There we go.
It seemed like a surge of electroplasma energy within the system. It came from deep within the core of the facility. Beyond that, it's hard to tell because the suits died, so the scans kind of cut off halfway through. But it does look intentional. It doesn't look accidental. Almost like almost akin to the electromagnetic pulse that Ferengi ships can do to wipe out to drain batteries or energy cores.
Could I quickly harden some EVA suits against that kind of discharge?
For 2 momentum, yeah.
Okay, so I will pay that if everybody's okay with that.
That works.
As you're able to inform engineers to refit the EVA suits for some extra hardening. Orders, Commander?
Which commander? There's a bunch of them.
Orders, Captain, sorry.
Out of character real quick. I think I'm kind of waiting on people to finish different things, right? Like Dr. Fear and Daisu on that. Nerd is doing analysis.
What are you having Jaisu do again, sorry?
Oh, Daisu and Shakespeare are preparing the potential skeleton. Or
I'm
skeleton.
sorry, I couldn't hear you at the last.
I was having the 2 of them prepare the Patroclus.
Oh.
In case we have to depart.
Control Command or Con difficulty of 2, assisted by Computers Command or Con. Whatever is the main roller.
Yeah, probably just sure we'll do that one. Spend the momentum. Focus in protocols.
Yep. plus computers con in this case.
That's... Oh, never mind. Dang.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I believe I'm taking 2 threats.
What was it? A different task?
2.
Oh, so we gave 1 at least.
Shishir is able to arrange for the Patrolkas to be ready to be deployed on order.
All right. Good. All right.
Small-
I'd like a engineering team assembled along with security escort and medical. Let's send in a team the long way around while we try and get a faster route. If we can't find one, they'll at least be on their way.
Asa will volunteer for that.
Let's see, who else am I putting on that?
So you can't beam in any closer than the entrance, even with the breadcrumbs.
Actually, I can show you the map here. Let's give you an
Okay.
idea. The massive, massive map. Whoop.
Oh, good Lord, Companion.
Yeah, we spent a lot of last session scrolling around the snap, and we were nowhere close to finishing.
So this is the area this was the entry point.
Mm-hmm.
And the areas that are lit up are the places they explored, and there's a buoy in each of the main rooms. Point of disappearance was here. The bits in the upper left, the ship doesn't know that. That's something only Ryloff and them know.
So, I mean, is it technically possible to beam in here with the buoys?
Yep.
Yeah, next to the room with all the bodies.
Well, that's good. I was
I
under the
mean,
impression that we could only build
And,
beam in at
and
the
there's some
entrance.
sort of transporter device here, right?
Yep.
Oh yeah, because I had to set up the pattern enhancers.
Okay, so I mean, in theory, we could beam in here. And is this like, was it a console? Is it just like, a pit trap where you step on this thing on the floor and you're whisked away, or? I mean,
you stepped on it and it activated. It was automated. It was self-automated. It was further to that. It's a makeshift Romulan site-to-site pad that's meant for moving. It's for setting up temporary beaming abilities within a base, but something you could take apart and move somewhere else. It's like your pattern enhancers, except a lot more permanent and a lot more annoying to set up.
Okay. I recommend we beam in here and then try and repair/hack the pad to see where it goes and follow it.
I'll nod and say, "Wow, I'm so zoomed out now."
Yeah. The bridge is so small.
But it's
Captain, it
tiny.
appears we have shrunk to 1/100th scale, as if we were a small model of a spaceship pretending to be a real one.
Okay, at least for master grade. We're not high grade yet. We're okay.
Mm-hmm. Lieutenant Commander, do you think to accompany the away team?
Well, I mean, what's the odds of you losing 2 chief engineers in a day? Sure.
No.
Oh, a quick update for Nerda, because you were seeing this. The reason why your predecessor was so medically in distress, he was one of the first teams that was he was going in there to help out Ryloff. And Ryloff had cleared away the area quite a bit, and then he came in with the engineering team to help set up the buoys. And that's when several swarms of nanites basically ripped him and his team apart, resulting in the death of one of the engineers and severe injuries to everyone else. But Asa and her medical teams were able to save them. Some sort of nanite swarm, yeah. But thankfully, those were neutralized.
Well, as long as they were neutralized. But so, how many people are we need to rescue? Pinned, Rylov. How many people are in the hoplite team?
About 6.
Okay, so Ninurta's going to try and rig. I know you said it was kind of a complicated process you need an engineering kit for, but try to rig some of the replacement air and modules to make it as plug and play as possible. And I wouldn't mind if I have time and can do it in adding a hardened power source that can act as a backup in case we get hit with that again. So it'll just kind of flip over to that.
That would be a total of 2 opportunities. So you would owe me 1 momentum that's left and 1 threat for the specialized gear.
Okay. So I think I will take the right tool for the right job.
Mm-hmm.
Anything with an opportunity cost comes with you get an additional advantage because of the tool. If it already has an advantage, then you get an additional one.
That's fair. Which one are you hanging that on?
You mean the plug and play or the power?
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess the power.
Okay,
Be
so
the
it
one
has.
with the advantage.
Very good. I'll note that Eva suits don't cost you anything to go down because they are mission critical. You have to have them to even do the mission.
Mm-hmm. All right. And is a specialist tier available?
Department?
Security,
Kino?
not specialist.
Yes, technically.
Yeah, Kino.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't kill Kino.
Cool.
You've tried several times before.
Yes.
Then
Really
I'll assign Kino
close.
to lead the security detachment for the away team.
Oh, you're sitting in a regular security one or a hoplite one?
I think this is gonna be regular security.
Okay, so that just costs 1 opportunity, 1 threat for a regular security detail.
All
Are
right,
you
I'll give you 2
also
threats.
sending down the Patroclus, or are we merging this into one beam down?
You're being beamed down. The Patroclus is being readied for potential mission deployment.
Okay.
So that it's basically on standby.
Okay.
So, security detail. Boop. So, anyone else or any other gear going along in the away mission?
If either of you guys want engineering or medical teams, feel free.
Yeah, I'll take a medical team with me.
Okay,
Great for that.
so 1 threat to me. Did you get a whoops? That's how I wanted to do. Boop. Boop, but not that uniform, this uniform.
And Nerds, do you want an engineering team? Or are you good?
All right,
Um,
didn't realize I was mooted.
Mooted.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the engineering team would be good. Also, do we need pattern enhancers and the communications relays?
There is a set of pattern enhancers already down there.
But it will be its second use. It was used once to beam people up. It'll be your second beam down, so they'll have 1 charge left. So if you want to bring a fresh set, then you can do that, or just use the one that has 1 more charge left. Comms boys. That would be an opportunity cost. That would give me another threat to have a fresh set ready to go, rapid fast.
I'm assuming as a chief engineer, I don't have to pay for an engineering kit.
Right. That's standard issue for you.
And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
are engineering teams, I believe.
Engineering
on the
team
ship.
on the ship. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I was going to ask GM. I was looking in the book and I didn't see this, but could I spend money on like personal oxygen masks, like not EVA suits, but like a mask you would put over someone who needs
Like
oxygen?
a respirator thing.
Yeah, because in case people run out of air and they need an emergency air supply.
I'll take up opportunity 1 for that. Yep.
Opportunity 1 is 1 momentum.
Yep. Actually, because I'll actually not charge you that because you're grabbing it from medbay, and one of medbay's special abilities is that stuff when you grab it out of there, it usually doesn't cost you anything unless you're in a real big hurry. But you're already down there because you said you were. So yeah, you can have like a bunch of little emergency breathing supplies and respirators.
I like to imagine they even have like settings too for like the exact atmospheric content a species might need.
I would imagine so. They'd have to, yeah.
Oh, explosives. We should bring some explosives, Nahtho says.
I believe that will heartily agree, probably.
She's an EOD tech, so yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I believe that's 1 and 2 for a set of 3, if memory serves me correctly. I'm going to double check, make sure I'm not overcharging you, because it's going to be all threat, right? So.
Yep.
Whoops,
Grenada.
all threat.
Yeah. I'm feeling all comfortable now with this high threat game.
1 and 2, so you owe me 3 total. Who's walking around with the grenade belt? Or you
Probably the security lead.
Okay, now when Nahtho said explosives, he meant like explosives, like the 24th century version of like plastique.
Yeah. I mean,
not like grenades.
I was assuming those could be interchangeable in terms of like their cost, presumably.
Okay, I mean that. Yeah, I mean
it's
fine. I just wanted to make it clear that I wasn't.
Oh yeah. So you're not using. You have the equipment, which would be the same cost, but you have equipment.
So you're asking for breaching charges?
Explosive.
Yeah, if I need to bring down a wall or a door or something.
Yeah.
Or put a hole in the ceiling.
Which aesthetically, I'd point out, they amount to looking like they look like pulse grenades. Like a lot of the familiar controls are still there, but there's a bit more to it. So it's something you can attach. You can mess with the shape of the charge. It's not something you would ever throw. It basically loses the. It's like no, you don't throw these things. You put them down and set them somewhere. Why does that bit look like a pulse grenade? Because that's a grenade. That's an explosive control. Starfleet likes making things easy to use, at least for us.
And they've standardized them.
Yep.
Yeah. So
all right, and we got some fresh pattern enhancers, right?
I'm going to charge 1 for those for a fresh set. Who's carrying the set?
I mean, Kino can just be pass wheel.
I have an engineering team.
Make them do it. Yep.
Yeah, make them do it.
I'm already carrying an engineering kit and explosives.
Yeah, Ensign, part of the benefits of an increased rank is not only your own bedroom, but also you don't have to carry other people's stuff.
But you do have to carry explosives and extra oxygen. And tools. Lots of tools. Always carry tools.
I like how you said explosive and oxygen like they're not the same thing.
It's all in the packing.
All right.
I'm going to move us into transporter room so I can figure out, so I know exactly who's going.
And when we're wearing the modified EVA suits, right?
Yep.
Cool.
One would hope.
So what that will do, if another pulse happens, I will roll a challenge die for each suit, and it only fails if it rolls a challenge die. So so more times than not, it will withstand it. But as weird as the tech is, it might just knock him out anyway. But it's better than automatically being knocked out. And they won't have the catastrophic failure problem. They're like, this isn't great, but you can fix this in the field rather than being, and it's fried, it's dead.
That seems positive.
Any other personnel or gear being beamed down?
Type 4 phaser.
Are you bringing down a Type 4 phaser, which is also known as a phaser drill or mining drill?
Hey, I'm already on the surface. My opinion doesn't fucking matter.
Ooh, phaser drill.
Use it in the cage. That's a Type 4
Yep.
phaser. You don't run around with those. You emplace those.
I mean, you can run around with those if you're not a coward.
Yeah, once
It's not
we figure
about a
out
matter
where
of
Pind
cowardice,
is,
it's weight.
we figure out where Pind is. We set up a phaser drill right on top of him and tell him to stand
And
close
they
to the wall.
told me that that focusing on fitness engineering was a bad build decision. Not laughing now.
All right.
So the team beams down.
Yep.
Down you go. Oh, new scene. Not that it matters for momentum. Gods. Anyway. That's the right one.
I do not approve of the noises you are making.
I get used to it.
Yeah, well, welcome to the club.
Meanwhile, within the facility.
Oh my god, where is... Okay, there we are.
Well, if you just watched a good chunk of your highlights collapse to the ground unconscious, and Panda is still kind of, he's still here. He's mostly soldiering through grit and stubbornness, but he's having a hard time staying awake.
Okay.
So he's and you can even tell he's a bit hypoxic. He's a bit loopy. He's still here, but just not all here.
I mean,
Right.
in Penn's defense, he only needs to be like 20% here to be effective.
I mean, yeah.
When it rains, it pours.
Hmm. Okay. Well, I've got a plan. It's a terrible plan, but it's a plan. Because I know where there is some power. Because they keep working. They keep working, and that's frustrating. It's the door. And the traps in the doors. What was the trap in this door again?
Oh hell, hold on.
I don't remember from last week.
Where are you? You're there.
I think it was like an electric spark thing again. This door and
This
this
one
one.
had some sort of holographic projection system,
Okay.
but it has way more power than any hologram projector would ever need.
Well, yeah, that's good because power is useful in this particular. Well, as far as I'm aware, useful. The attempt or the plan, the thought is to render that non-harmful, but I'm going to try and divert power from that into hook the suits up to that to power the suits so that they can breathe. That's
First,
the plan.
to disarm it will be control security difficulty of oh god 4.
Control security. If I had to guess, the spy drone isn't functional anymore.
You'd be correct, yes.
That's tragic. Skitters, you will be missed. Actually, I think it floats, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Calling it
Yeah.
skitters makes it funnier then.
Well, it has like little legs, so it can turn off its floating thing and skitter through walls.
Yeah. Anyway,
Because Ramens can't make things not creepy, apparently.
subtle trait.
It's the
Difficulty
Ramens.
decrease.
Yep. Complication increase because mistrusts Klingons and they've been here.
Yeah.
Bastards.
This is for Narendra 3. Didn't you guys do that? Shut up.
Yeah. Also, I have to say paranoid because that either hurts me or helps me most of the time.
It helps.
Oh, lovely. So it's a diff 2 now. I'll give you a threat. Yeah, no, not keeping you. And I believe you don't come into effect, Wary, because it's not detecting. No, it's not. Yep. So we make it momentum.
You disarmed it. It looks like this thing was meant to basically dazzle and blind people with intense lights, and in a pattern that is more likely than not to cause a photo seizure from a variety of species.
Ha! Okay, neat. It's at least creative. I don't think we've seen a repeated trap in here. They've all been different.
Gotta give him points for creativity, I guess.
Okay. Step 2. Let's try to keep people alive with connection and hijack the trap's power source to keep people's suits powered, so at least minimally powered, so that they have air filtering.
Drop me to assist with that, because I will probably focus on getting the hoplite stabilized first.
Yeah, I mean they're currently technically priority. Your Starfleet priority. Romulan priority might be a bit different.
I mean, I'm conscious.
He's at least not a medical person.
He's walking wounded rather than unconscious wounded.
Yeah, it's just rank overrides all. No, he'll help the hoplites though. Yeah, he actually doesn't have that as a value. That was
Daring engineering, difficulty 3.
He has an engineering kit.
Yep, that makes this possible.
I had to mention it just in case.
Otherwise, I was going to up the diff and the comp. And you're like,
I will
you're just kind of
ask-
ad hocing this and just attaching wires to wires and hoping for the best. It's like,
Yeah.
uh-oh.
I will ask if Wary comes into play for noticing or detecting a hazard in this case. If there's anything while doing this that's making
Yes.
it... Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
sometimes
like,
the Tau Share don't like it when people patch into their power system. Sometimes they have oversurge capacitors
Yeah.
for exactly that reason.
I was like, I hope not, but I'm gonna ask anyway, just in case. Mistrust Klingons makes complication go up. Are the other two still affecting it? That being subtle and paranoid.
Yes, given that Wary's kicked in. Yep.
Okay, I'll give you a momentum, actually, given how this is. Given that's engineering instead. Yep. Does a tactical systems focus apply?
No.
Does a survival focus apply?
Yeah.
In that case, does the trait of survivor apply?
Yes.
Did I just make it diff 0? I'm gonna make that comp 1 diff 1 instead of comp 2. I'm just gonna nullify the Klingon one if that's fine.
That's fine with me.
Yeah.
Then again, a lot of things are fine with me, so I'm not sure how much you want to take stock in that.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Would you take mental prowess as a focus?
For the assist, totally.
by the way, Ainsley, most of the crew happens to have a decent engineering score. It's just a thing.
Excellent.
I think it's like at least a 3 for all of us.
To be
So
fair,
nice.
we go through a lot of engineers.
You were able to
Not as cool, but okay.
the hoplites have a power system. They can't really move from where they are because they're connected by wire, but they're not dying anymore. They're just kind of sitting there now. Which I'll take the X off because they're awake. They can't shoot and stuff in this room, but they can't really move from the room.
So it's more, I'm guessing, a problem that we're aware of when trying to put power into the suit is that the suit's it's not retaining power. Right?
Some of the power systems are fried, so you kind of you've bypassed a lot of the powering systems within the suit to just directly, like their magnetic boots don't work, the computer doesn't work. The only thing you cared about was the environmental control systems, like power that on there, and it's like, oh well, once it's powered, it's a lot of the suits meant to fail modular for exactly this reason, so you can very quickly fix bits and pieces that you need.
Okay. Well,
But they're essentially tethered right now.
shall we hook you up as well, Pend?
The sooner we get through here, the sooner I can take a full breath. So let's just keep going for now.
I don't know if it's a good idea to leave them alone in their condition.
Well, it's also not a wise thing to go alone.
I am at least more capable of evading these traps and have proven that thus far. But I will listen to your orders. Yeah, well. What do I have? Nothing. I was like, what? Yeah, no, like none of my equipment works anymore, aside from the engineering equipment, and that's just the manual engineering equipment that functions. So, we'll just tell the hoplites where we're going. If anyone, there should be people coming, because we know we had people behind us. So, let them know where we've gone.
Aye, Lieutenant. One of them says, kind of as they start coming to and taking breaths. After a while, they'll be back to normal fighting fit. They're just a little dizzy from being unconscious for a few seconds.
So here's how to hook up and unhook up. So if one of you can check where the pad is here, well, actually the pad should be dead. Never mind. It was a power drain. We'll figure something out. Let's go. Oh, everything got so much more fun with that.
Whoops, wrong control. This control.
There's going to be some angry Klingons up ahead, and I'm going to bet they're going to blame me. As if they're not already dying. Which I will point out, this is entirely their fault. Is this door trapped as well? This is an airlock trap system.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
even save you the roll on that one.
Because I just said it.
You just look and you're not precisely sure what kind of trap it is, but yeah, it has. You're starting to see a pattern on the kind of doors that are easy to open and don't have a lot of frills to them, and the ones that seem very fancy and have lots of decoration around the outside, and those decorations are in fact the security system.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll disable that too.
Hey, Lieutenant Rylov.
Yes.
Have the Romulans ever heard of too many explosive traps? This feels like too many explosive traps.
Most of these have not been explosive. And the Romulans as a people have, yes. The Tel Shia as an organization, no. Although I will say that this is a first that I've been going into one of their facilities. Normally I'd be shot by now.
Yeah, this just seems excessive.
They didn't want to be caught on a Federation world. With Borg, of all things. Control security diff 2, complication up 1, subtle.
Yep.
And paranoid. I think paranoid's what let me catch that in the first place.
Yeah, that's one I'm just letting you wave at this point. It's like, yeah, paranoia catches that these things exist.
I'll give you a threat.
Certainly.
And then I've got that. Lovely. We like momentum. We like having some momentum.
We like throwing it away immediately.
I haven't thrown it away immediately yet.
The trap has been undone. This one was going to fire a good old-fashioned disruptor cannon at the people in that passageway
Oh, see, not
until
as
they
much.
stopped existing in that passageway.
Oh yes, because that was so much better than an explosive device, Lieutenant.
Look, eventually you run out of explosives and you have to improvise.
Apparently the fucking Romulans don't.
They already had cloaked drones in a different room. Would you prefer that?
I'd prefer no
Mean-
traps.
Meanwhile, I'll be right back.
I mean, like, out of character, this is a lot of traps. Like, this is
Feels like we're playing D&D, exploring a dungeon.
This is excessive amount of traps.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because, like, imagine you're just like a grunt working in this place. Like, the tension of accidentally triggering a thing that, like, injects you with a poison, or like you step on the wrong floor tile in the wrong order and you fall into a bottomless pit, or it transports you so that, like, your left half is your right half and your right half is your left half. It's not
We're in the
tension
Romulan-
here.
We're in the Romulan base of annihilation.
You accidentally grab a
solution
coffee off the idol and a big giant boulder starts rolling down and you have to run away from it.
If
So
we
what are
come
the
across
diamond things in the walls?
secret doors,
passages. Secret tunnels.
Secret
I have found many
tunnel.
secret tunnels. Initially, Rylov went this way. I think the invisible drones are like here. Yeah, they're here.
All right, hold up. I'm in the wrong side part of the map. Do that again.
Yeah. Okay. So the invisible Rylov went to the right initially. This is where the invisible drones are. There's some really nice statues in here. Don't touch them, you'll die.
Okay.
I feel like that's going to be a theme.
Don't touch that. Just don't touch anything.
We didn't go through here. Initially, the rest of Rylov's team was going this way. This is a borgified gorilla creature.
Well,
It's bigger than a gorilla.
that's-
It's horrifying.
Yeah, I don't need to see that.
Yeah, what we gathered is they're essentially they're combining like big beefy creatures like alien gorilla with Borg tech, and they were just we will board the enemy ship with this and it's going to crush everyone. That's what they're
Did they
making.
have an assimilated Mugado?
I don't know what the fuck I'm about.
Yeah, I was going to ask if that's what it was, too.
I think it was a Mugado. I think they had a Mugado.
Okay. But no one had gone up this way until the Klingons decided, fuck it, we're going to go run in here because. By the way, it's Tarkin's. It's House Tarkin Klingons.
Oh, well, at least you got smart ones.
No, they're harder to follow.
I have
Also, they've
returned.
been turning on every trap behind them. Every trap they've disarmed, they've rearmed behind themselves.
yeah. So
The
this
away team has been down to the surface.
this Borgulan base is just fucking ridiculous.
Language.
So, are these doors open or shut, or?
They've been disarmed. You can go through them.
Do we have comms with the current team?
No.
Yep.
No?
With this team.
Oh, with that.
The team
No.
that's being down.
No, I meant, do we have comms with the team who's already here with
Nope.
Pent and Riley?
No.
So we
We
have
don't
no
try.
idea where they are.
Last contact was them going up to this thing.
So now the nurture will go up to that thing.
It's still
It
there.
won't stand on that thing.
It looks inactive.
Mm.
Asa is going to motion for the group to fan out, and she's going to run after and say, Nurta, do not go running off without permission, and do not interact with unknown alien artifacts without permission.
Also, heads up, Nerta, you just walked by a bunch of bodies splayed out against the wall like experiments in various forms of decay. Thankfully, you're in Eva suit, so you didn't smell any of it.
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah. Right. Gotcha, Commander. So I will whip out my engineering tricorder and let's see if I can figure out how to reactivate this thing.
Reason engineering difficulty 1 because you do have a team, unless you're getting them to stay back.
No, they can help. Just don't look at the things on the walls. It's fine. It's fine.
I made the mistake of looking at the things on the walls.
Take a threat for bold and a 3rd die.
So imagine as you're doing your work, Lisa is making small talk with you because she doesn't like being quiet. So she's like, "Oh, what ship did you serve on before? What class was it? Did you like it there? That kind of stuff."
Let's give him a focus on transporters and replicators. And again, Nanerta is like just kind of nodding and making like I'm listening noises without, and obviously not at all, listening to what you're saying. He's just trying to be polite because humans don't really like to talk. So let's give him a focus on transporters and replicators. Does that apply here?
It would.
I like the idea that you're so unobservant that you thought she was a human this whole time.
Right. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was player. Right. Got 3, so that's 2 momentum float, I guess.
It just needs power. It would work fine otherwise.
That's why I have an engineering kit. Here, let's plug it up.
Do you plug it to your portable power source?
Well, I want to make sure nothing's going to blow up in my face first, and that the connectors are compatible. I don't want to blow anything out by plugging it up.
I'll shave off those 2 momentum as an advantage that you're able to do that. Because
Okay.
you have such a because once you scan it, it's like, oh, this is a Romulan transporter pad. It's not any weird super science Tal Shiar version. It's just Starfleet's seen these before. You know what this is. It's like, oh, okay, that's all it is.
I was just going to say, that might literally be in engineering textbooks how other aliens make transporter pads.
Yeah.
And Asa's in command of the away team.
As the ranking officer, yep.
Yeah, okay. Commander, I believe I've reestablished power to the pad. It should work. Can I tell if it's set to the same destination coordinates as its previous use?
Or momentum,
does it
I would
shift?
answer that.
Please take one.
And can you tell if it was used? It would be very important to know if it was used very recently before we get on it.
That'd be another momentum, yeah.
Works for me.
The first question, is it set to the same location as before? It is.
Okay.
Has been used. The last time it was used coincides with when you lost contact with Ryloff penned in the hoplite team.
They do appear to have been transported by this device, at least according to time codes. Now, and it does appear to be set to send things to the same place that it sent presumably the captain and his team through. Now I can't guarantee. Will it will it burn out power again by one transport like it did the last time?
No, the burnout was because of the charge.
The surge.
Yeah, because this thing's an aftermarket, as it were, like an after build. This wasn't part of the facility. This was added to the facility later.
In theory, Commander, this should put us right on their trail.
Well, then we'll follow after that. I'll go first. Kino security team, watch our rear, and she will step onto the pad.
Poof! Asa disappears.
All right, engineering team with me. We got to get those buffers and everything in place and get air to the peoples.
Poof!
Is that the engineering team?
Poof.
I can't move the engineering team.
Does the medical team hang back there, Asa, by the way?
No. The medical team, I would like to come with me because they're not of any help to anyone back there. And when we transport, are we still able to communicate with the security team, or have we lost them? She'll, tap her
That's the you're
communicator
about
and
to
say,
find out
"Test."
noise.
Boop. Eventually, the various groups kind of beam in and kind of get your bearings up here. You find the pad, a similar one to yours. Unfortunately, or rather strangely, it seems to be lit up and fine. Its power hasn't been affected at all. That's weird. Over here is indicating various crates of Romulan ale, like stacked from floor to ceiling.
Aza's going to frown and say, "Was this a bootlegging operation? Were they making money selling ale to the colonists?"
Or maybe they just had to be hammered to work here.
They
I mean, they decorate the walls with bodies.
Hey, elsewhere in the facility, the hoplites kind of turn their heads, and then one of them kind of leans over. Ryloff, Pend, we hear voices. Back the way we came. The hoplites are very observant.
Do you want to run to them?
And the other away team would hear shouting. You would hear a muffled shouting further in.
Isa is like about to pick up a bottle of ale because now this has like piqued her interest, but she like drops it on the ground and turns around, runs against the wall holding Facer and shouts, identify yourself.
Where do you shout that from, just so I know where you are? Or are you shouting from where you are?
Yeah, I said I would be right up against this doorway with my Facer and say, open the doorway and say, identify yourself.
Lieutenant, it sounds like the counselor. And they shrug because they can't really move very much. They can't move from their room. They're asking for identification. Insights con difficulty of 2, Aza. Actually, you have the suit on, difficulty 1.
This is not a great roll. So I'm going to spend 3 momentum on this because it's only a 10 or 11. Okay, well, first of all, I'm bad at math, and second of all, that's a lot better than I expected.
Risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math.
You heard the last thing as you kind of tap at the volume catcher on your receiver on your suit, and you hear what they say, and you actually recognize one of the hoplite team. Which the reason it's so badly muffled and they have to shout so loud, they have to shout through the suit at Ryloff.
Yeah. You hear a shout, and she says, like, "Janice, is that you?" And she'll say, "All right, stand down. Let's try to find them."
Has Ryloff relocked all the doors behind him?
No. I mean, the doors are opening automatically. It's just the traps. Those are a problem.
I don't know how Asa, without thinking, is going to assume the trap is unarmed and is going to walk through the doorway.
Oh, and I'll give you guys access to these team things so you can move them around. Boop.
I'm just half expecting Pen to run off, but...
No, Pend is still running on a slight lack of oxygen, so he's making you do the golfer work.
This way, counselor. Oh, Ryloff has his helmet off, by the way.
Lieutenant, where's your head protection?
It ceased functioning.
Right. I've got a fix for the suits and your oxygen.
I'm sure.
This is our new chief of engineering. GM, what does the green rhombus signify?
Secret passageway.
Okay.
Nerda just walks
Yeah, so
up
he's
to
just-
the captain.
Yeah,
I
okay.
have orders for you.
I'll just step back. They've been
Here's this pad. Goodbye.
Yep.
they've been hooked up to the power supply from the holographic emitter in that trap in the wall. The trap itself has been disabled, but that's how their life support systems are remaining functional.
Genius. Well done. And Nanerta and the engineering team will set about replacing the air and putting in the backup power, the hardened backup power, and all that good stuff on all of the hoplites, pinned, and Rylov suits.
Control engineering difficulty of 2. Your team's there with you. That's 1. If you want the hoplites to help you as well, it actually brings it down to 0 because hoplites are basically can do every department skill. That's why they're so expensive.
Okay. Focus on emergency repair.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and give him that. This is down to 0, so I think I will roll 2. Ugh. So it looks like 3 gained.
After a bit of quick work and learning the adaptability of the hoplite team, who, as a hazard team, have to learn how to fix their suits. It's just part of the job. You're able to get everyone's suits back in working order, although they don't have the hardened quality, unfortunately, like your suits do, because, well, all you've done is repaired existing suits to
Right.
work again.
But their backup power has the hardened quality.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah. So I can all I can do is blow up the rest of the stuff, which isn't really what it does. Yeah, never mind. Oh, yeah. I know how to do that. Anyway, you do have a float.
Oh. I will inform everyone of that. It should kick in automatically, and the backup power system is hardened, so it shouldn't be wiped out by the same type of EPS surge. However, if they can modulate that surge, it could be a whole different story for all of us. I recommend we withdraw.
There's presently a unknown number of Klingons that are running loose in this station, or this base.
Well, I feel sorry for the base.
The downside is that this base has an unknown amount of Borg technology inside of it and an unknown end result of the Tal Shiar operating. Our mission is to ensure that that does not get out. The Klingons may be, wittingly or not, allowing it to get out.
This day is not turning out as well as I'd hope.
I think Kina will probably ask for a status report at some point. She's still on the other side of the transporter.
Gets no contact from the await. Kino hears nothing. Calls and doesn't get a response.
Did we get a buoy, a communications buoy, or whatever it was, booster relay?
Yeah, you have that equipment with you.
Okay, let's set that up then.
So you set it up in each room that you already have cleared. So this one, and this one, because frankly, there's nothing in there.
We've
Dungeon crawl.
Actually, for 2 momentum, I'll say that you hooked up the one that's in here to the pad.
Okay.
And now the away team before the beam and after the beam can talk to each other because now there's a connector.
We haven't died horribly, but the day is young.
Yeah, she'll say, stand by. We've made contact with the other away team and have solved the oxygen problem. She'll look to Pend and say, there's a security team by the transporter. They can either stay there and guard our escape, or they can come with us.
I'm just noting that you're now in contact with the ship with the Thrall token.
Oh, it may be worth having the security team assist the lieutenant. I've had enough of being blown up and suffocated today. As he looks down to the hoplites, how did you guys pass out before I did?
Yeah, some of them chuckle and make some jokes about it because they are embarrassed. They're actually surprised because usually they should be able to last at least as long as you, but mildly annoyed with themselves.
Nahtho will have the team set up the transporter enhancers so Penn could just beam up from here. I mean, unless you want to walk back.
No, I'll take the beam if it's available, but if I have to walk back, I'll walk back. And who are you? You're new.
Lieutenant Commander Nahtho, I'm your new chief engineer. Your other one got eaten by bugs.
Yeah, I kind of kept him safe while Ryloth blew me up with grenades.
Well, that's one way, I suppose.
It's been an eventful day. I hope you don't find me rude. Which hand do I shake?
Any. I just stick one out, the center one.
Yeah, I'll shake it. Welcome to the crew.
Thank you, Captain.
I can't tell you whether this is average or unusual. That's just how it goes.
Fair enough. One day I hope to see engineering.
Good luck with that. I'll pen to Achilles.
And
Achilles here.
new scenes. We cut up to the Achilles briefly.
All right.
Would now be the time to use well-informed?
You could.
Would, because we've reestablished contact, would that well-informed be able to retrieve information about what's happened on the ground, or would we have to wait for that?
You could use that. There's some information you might be privy to that might have, because the people who were here would have been debriefed once they got back to Narinja. So there's some information you might already know.
All right. I think that costs me a threat, and I get 2 questions. So the first one I'll ask is, are these Klingons still under some semblance of command from our allies, or do they seem to have lost cohesion?
This seems to be a rogue section that basically gone AWOL.
All right. And what approximate percentage of the facility do we think we've explored?
Less than a quarter, I would say. Oh, no, that's not entirely. Less than a quarter, that's accurate. Of the most relevant inner core, there's way more floors, but over a week of time, Ryloth was able to narrow down that only a particular floor had mission critical information, like the data banks and some semblance of a primary control or auxiliary control facility, because a Romulan base would have those.
Yep, those are my questions.
Okay.
Right. Is that when we get the hail?
Yep.
All right. Achilles here, Captain.
So I can breathe and talk again. How's it going on your end?
We have new Priority 1 orders. I suggest you return the away team to the ship as soon as possible.
I'll return first if it's depending on what it says. I'll order a full return. I'll be heading down to Medbay first. I've been blown up and suffocated today. I want to get checked out.
Understood, sir. I'll meet you down there.
Pen down.
As the call closes, Selena will speak up and say, Commander Thralic, the Council has extreme interest in restricting these Klingons from disrupting the peace by accessing technology they should not have. I trust that you'll see that this is not allowed to get out of hand.
Of course, Counselor.
If I may, Captain. Josh kind of looks at Thralic and raises an eyebrow.
I'll nod.
Counselor, it is the alternative we may have is to give leave of the investigation to the Klingon delegation that's here for House of Gitta. It is their people, after all, though it is on our world. But that's going to be a call that the captain will have to make for certain. But we are thankfully not alone here.
And by its oversight of Starfleet, the Council is confident in Captain Pin's ability to make those decisions. I simply advise that Commander Thralic ensures that that decision is made promptly.
Jaishu nods. Give me you can give me insight command difficulty of 2 based on that interaction from Jaishu.
Politics or linguistics, or is it because I don't know, is this like interpersonal information or information about the authority command side of this?
An interpersonal thing, really.
Then yeah, I would suggest either politics or linguistics.
I'll take politics.
And I'll give you a momentum.
Okay.
Yeah, no solution to that. It's a failure.
You get the feeling Jaishu had some other motive for saying that when she did, but you're not entirely sure what it is. Doesn't seem hostile. It just seems like there was some other reason for why she brought that up there and then.
Did it seem to come from an emotional place?
A little bit, yeah. I'd say so.
All right.
Ensign Ven, any new contacts on sensors?
Have I had any new contacts on sensors?
Reason science difficulty of 2.
Sure thing.
Assisted by sensor science, and if you like, you can request assistance from the station, from the Klingons.
Sure. Is that you say reason science?
Yeah.
Okay. Spending for a 3rd momentum, sensor operations focus. Roll that. Go.
Klingons don't help, sadly.
Oh, come on. Pen, you need to stop rolling for the ship, because and you get a threat.
Thank you.
Use the momentum I generated and the bonus to quash the comp. So we only lose 1. So we only spend the momentum.
You notice that there are no new contacts. However, the electromagnetic disturbances that are native to the Shackleton Expanse are increasing in this region. Just a weather change sort of thing.
No new outstanding contacts Commander. However, I suppose I should advise you and any of the flight department that the Shackleton Expanse phenomenon have been slightly increasing in volatility. I assume not a significant, like not a
It's just the electromagnetic part rather than the gravimetric eddies.
yeah, just some electromagnetic increase. Nothing out of expected parameters. And I will use my free question to assume that that kind of increase is a natural.
Yeah, your free question lets you know that is something that happens in the Expanse. The ambient weather that's always bad is something the Achilles is outfitted for. That this is a what would normally be like a Class 4 storm. It's actually rather intense, but the Achilles can weather it. It's just for most ships it'd be very deadly. For the Achilles, it's inconvenient.
Yep. So we'll update.
Difference
that
between
navigation condition.
an increase to difficulty and complication of 4. Instead, it's an increase of difficulty and complication of 2. Should it arrive? It's starting to get there, but it's not quite there yet.
Mm-hmm. I'll keep an eye on it in case readings change.
Thank you, Ensign. Must be some sort of storm front passing over the system, Captain. Joshua just shrugs. Because so
Right,
much of the
well.
Expanse isn't really well known.
The Shackleton is continuously unpredictable. Transport Bay has Captain Penn beamed up safely.
The captain has been beamed up safely, presuming he chose to go up.
Oh yeah, he was going to medbay.
Yep.
I'll stand up and I say, Commander Taishi, you got the con.
Saleya looks at you, Thralic, and says, "May I?" indicating she wishes to go with you.
You may. And I'll head towards Turbolift with Saleya.
Joshua gives a slight nod to Saleya as she leaves.
I return the nod.
Back down to the surface. New scene, unfortunately. Find it.
So does that make me in charge of the away team?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, I would like to call Thralic and ask specifically what are the away team's orders at this point in time?
So yeah, I'll presumably answer that on the Turbolift down, I think. Make sure that the hoplite team is ready for potential extraction and support close range continued exploration.
Understood. And about the order to leave system soon?
I'll be discussing with Captain Penn.
Understood. Apprise me of any updates. Away team out. Asa is going to step forward and look at Rylov. Well, you lead the way. You're the expert on this place.
You'll just excuse me. Right. Now, Lieutenant Commander, we know that
Yes?
the Klingons have come through this way. However, it has been rather difficult to determine which door they have tinkered with before. These are both suddenly trapped, by the way, and they have had a habit of turning them on behind them because these Klingons are particularly friendly.
Wait, so they haven't just been blowing them off the hinges as they go?
No. House Tarkin, apparently they're more subtle.
Huh.
Level Klingon? I
Yeah.
guess there's a first for everything.
So which way next?
I'm going to go this way, and we'll see if I can't find, or if you can't potentially spot something I would have missed. But yeah, we'll disarm the trap on this one, and though what you potentially missed is if there's evidence of their tampering on this door or not. But we have got to disable the trap first, so we can actually look without dying.
Well, could maybe the commander scan for Klingon DNA or...
Oh, right, your tricorders work. Yeah.
I mean, my engineering tricorder is not going to be any good at that, but
He's going to hold up his, like, or take it off his belt, little drone he had. It's like, this also stopped working.
As you see what looks to be, imagine like one of those drones with, instead of propellers, that has like little grab plates that help it lift off the ground, and has little bitty spider legs so it can crawl around. It looks very Romulan, but it has a Starfleet paint job, so it has like the grays and the blues, so it's a weird mix. It's definitely not standard issue Starfleet equipment.
well, what seems to be wrong with it? While she's scanning for Klingon signs, I'll scan for what's wrong with this drone.
Its power battery's dead.
Can I
Or
replace it?
drained. Say again, sorry?
Can I replace it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You even grab a battery from your engineering kit. Like, oh, well,
Yep.
you have a spare battery for like refueling your tools. You're like, oh, just take it out, put in a new one, and it powers up again.
Yep. Sealed up with my hyper spinner. Here you go. Should be working now.
Appreciated. It's quite useful for dealing with these. Commander,
Yes.
would you be capable of performing a scan to determine if there is any Klingon biology in the doorways? Or
Yeah.
give us a rough direction that they have continued to go in?
She will pull out her medical tricorder and begin scanning both doors for signs of Klingon life signs.
Reason medicine, difficulty 1, because you have a med team here. Actually, it could be brought down to 0 if you want the hot place to help.
Oh, sure. We'll all get in on it.
Is there anything you guys can't do?
Heads or teams are trained to do everything, sir. We try to be as flexible as possible in as many situations as possible. Only downside is that there's only so many of us. Sir.
Yeah, you would very obviously catch Aza rolling her eyes at this. One threat.
Certainly. Mechanically, the downside to them is that they can only help with one thing per combat round, so they can only assist with certain things. So they're a catch-all, but they're limited in that way because there's only so many of them.
Yeah.
2 momentum is generated.
Also, they cost more.
And they cost more. It's 2 and 2 for them, so they're pricey.
Mm.
Yeah. Aza is able to determine that there are no Klingon biology on any of the doors of this room.
Did you on the doors or through the doors?
On the doors. They never examined them or moved through them.
Brylov, are you sure the Klingons went this way? I can detect no traces on either of these doors.
He certainly didn't go north. There's a hidden door somewhere.
There's always a.
GM,
Mm-hmm.
question: were the Klingons wearing EVA suits?
They would have had to. Klingon biology can't survive this.
Second
There's
question.
tar and Gok particles floating around.
I was just going to say, second question: would there be any meaningful DNA, life sign particles, whatever, left over if we're wearing, self-contained suits? I guess let me ask you this question. Is it possible that we are getting a negative because they're hidden in some way?
I'll spend a momentum for that question. There's more. That one will cost you. It is possible that there's biological stuff on the outside of a Klingon's Eva suit, because sometimes they fight in them. Sometimes bits of blood and hair. They're not as concerned with it being sterile as much as Starfleet is. And Tarkin, although very technically minded, derives its traditions from a mad scientist who, where they have a little bit more biology. The things you would be sensing for wouldn't be just Klingon stuff, but be like things you'd find in a Klingon lab. Like nothing in particular, just like you'd scan through like various solvents and such like that, like splash marks to get on the Eva suit, because Tarkin, to save time, or at least the predecessor of Tarkin, they use the Eva suits for a variety of things: drinking, going to the lab, going to away missions.
Yeah, and I imagine even just like you would get the impression of it if you just grabbed the gloves and then put them on and then touched with the gloves, it would transfer. Okay, yeah. So Ace is going to say either these Klingons have incredible stealth technology, or they were never through this room.
Also, one of the hoplites says, also, Klingons are... It's a rare Klingon that is that clean. They don't really bother with such things unless they're on a covert operation.
Oh, you are very correct.
Nahtho will scan the non-door walls with his engineering tricorder, see if he can't detect a secret door. Since
I wouldn't
Rylov
be in
mentioned
this
that.
room if there was nothing detectable here. Right? Would her scan have covered the room or just the doors?
I qualify just the doors.
Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Reason engineering difficulty 2 down to 1, down to 0 because of the hoplites in your engineering team.
Goodness.
The upside of having a ton of people with you, you have a ton of help.
Right.
Upside is I get to pick on them more because they're red
Okay.
shirts and they don't have contracts I have to worry about.
Yeah. Correct.
Scanning the yeah, sure. The scanning the walls, as dense and as complicated as these are, it would appear that there is nothing that a exocomp, even an exocomp, would struggle to get through some of the gaps that are in some of these walls. But there are no secret passages otherwise. Because Borg type buildings will have like little slipways for like nanites and small drones to get through, but yeah, no people can get through any of the walls in here. That's kind of what this. That's kind of what this is. It's a wall that either pushes aside, or it's something that there's just enough gap that if you squeeze through, there's another room if you keep going.
Okay. Disappointingly, there does not appear to be any hidden passageways or doorways.
Okay.
Okay, we've got, transporter enhancers and signal boosters all throughout where we've been, right?
Transport enhancer here, and there's been comms buoys placed on this room, and this room.
Okay, so can I, since we've got communications now, using that kind of relay network, can I create even a rough map or positioning? Like, where are we in relationship to the rest of the facility that we've already been through? Basically like, marking the pings on all the relays.
I won't charge you for that. So your characters are now aware of what we know on the meta. You know that you're roughly in this part of the map rather than the other part of the map. You know you're a significant distance away from the entry point.
And you said the Klingons went which way? When last seen?
When last seen, this way.
Oh, sorry, I was on the
However-
wrong part of the map, I think.
Oh.
Dang it. When last seen...
Well, when last seen, it was from the center of the map. From the start, it was going this way. Somewhere in this direction. But this door was proven to be untampered with by them. So that would leave really this one. Unless I forget if I tried that last episode. I don't think I did. I don't remember.
Tried this
or
door?
there's...
The one that was to the... Oh, let me get to the right place again. Yeah, that one.
No, you never did.
Okay.
Or there's somewhere in this vasty area in between.
Yes, exactly. Oh, there is also a team of Romulans alive somewhere. The administrative staff. They are still alive.
What?
Or at least that's how their own systems reported it.
Nobody tells me anything.
Welcome to the Achilles, Commander.
It's been so long. The Klingons could truly be anywhere. They might not even still be in the facility. But if we think it's wise, then yes, let's double back and try this door.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've got comms. Couldn't we just yell insults and then when they come charging at us, have these guys point to the hoplites just gun them down?
Isa says, "You're funny. I think I'm gonna like you."
Thanks, I guess.
Someone
What's
in the
this red
hoplites
thing?
letters say, Romulan ale, apparently. Crates of the stuff.
Yes.
Huh.
Lieutenant, and she'll motion towards the door.
Yes. Oh, it might also be recommendable to take a scan of the atmosphere because there has to be a reason that I was able to breathe without my helmet on. I wasn't just holding my breath.
Okay, while you mess with the door, I will attempt atmospheric scans.
Mm-hmm.
I will waive the door because there's just so many qualified people in this area that getting through that door is not hard. Honestly, it's a diff 0 effectively. I'll just waive it at this point. That was trapped though. That would have. What was that one? Where are you?
I don't think what the traps are at this point. Yeah.
It would have thrown a pie at you.
Oh.
Whoa, computer. Why did I go this way? Okay, I don't know how. Okay, sure.
Nahtho will have the engineering team grab a case of the Romulan ale.
This one had what appeared to be as a way to hide itself. It had a replication system that replicated just water, combined with a environmental system that hyperfroze the air, so it would generate a variety of icicles above the door and drop them on a person.
Oh.
One of the hoplites comments, "I don't really see the purpose of that. Eva suits would protect you a little bit, wouldn't they?"
I would expect that the internal atmosphere is a different security precaution that's already been taken. Yeah, of course there's a loop around.
Ease, I believe you were scanning the atmosphere.
Sure am.
You between yourself and the med team, you're able to determine that the air is finely balanced and tuned for Romulan physiology. Well, Vulcanoid physiology, but it's more comfortable for Romulans.
Question: is it an exact match or like a close match of the atmosphere on Romulus?
Yep, I'd say so. It's the standard issue you'd put on a naval base.
Mhm.
Naval base, ship. Oh, sorry. Certain naval bases have add extra bit of toxins that will just make a Romulan a tiny bit drunk, not inebriated, but a bit drunk. Whereas it's poisonous to basically everybody else.
Okay.
It's not a thing you would do on
That's
ships,
naval
but it's a thing you do on bases.
I don't know if that's a naval base so much as a Tel Shiar base.
Tel Shiar
but-
would do that more often, yeah.
So is Ryloff a tiny bit drunk right now?
A little bit, yeah. He hasn't felt the effects yet. Mostly because he's one of his traits is hiding the fact.
Yeah. Okay. Asa is going to scan the air and then not say anything because she wants Ryloff to focus, but she will keep an eye out for him.
Don't worry, the ever-present watchful eye does not trigger his paranoia whatsoever.
The commander is watching you. For what
I'm
reason
always
you
watching.
don't
It's
know.
literally my job to know things about the crew. Oh my
That's
god.
what the Tel Shiar say.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Anyway,
Nanerta
You
will
breathe
scan for
air.
traps as we
Hitler
go.
breathes. You're literally Hitler.
Meanwhile, I'm literally Hitler. To bed bay.
What?
U.S.S. literally Hitler.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Anyway,
Penn has got a
No wonder
weird
Vince is so
reputation
depressed
now.
He can't salute properly.
Man.
He runs his ship basically like Hitler. It's like, Jesus Christ.
you make people do push-ups every day, and all of a sudden you're the bad guy.
He makes people refer to him as Herr Penn.
Well, the German officers appreciate it.
Well, he's not really Hitler because he doesn't make them eat like really bad vegetarian food.
Oh, true.
are you sure?
Commander Throlic, you come upon. Oops, sorry. There's one other person who comes in with her. Boop. Boop. Small though. As Throlic and Celia come upon Captain Penn, who is been asked to rest on the biobed for now. And you can see that there is the biobed is actually active and has like the little arms deployed to help him recover because Ben wasn't doing too good, having been deprived of air for an extensive period of time.
Mm-hmm. I'll walk up to the side and say, Captain.
Commander, what joyous news do you bring?
First off, this is Counselor Solea of the Security Council.
I wish to extend to you the council's supreme happiness in your performance, Captain. Your reputation precedes you.
So when is the other shoe going to drop?
I have provided Commander Throlic with the reason I'm here, but it's not. It is not in any way to your detriment.
Oh, that'll be a first. So, what have I received that I need to know of?
We received new Priority 1 orders. We are tasked with rescuing Counselor Myth and our own Lieutenant Cham from a disabled tactical board cube. Multiple Starfleet and Federation attempts previously have failed. And I'll hand penned the pad with the full mission brief.
You should be able to see the mission brief now.
I can.
Would this also allow me to see it?
Only if so they request it, because the way they're handing it around, it's on like a red pad, so they have to hand it to each other.
Yeah, I'll
like your orders come on like a special blue pad to indicate that yours is very important. It's locked, so it has to. It's only certain people are allowed to read it.
Yeah, I'll turn a pad that I have towards Commander Thralic and say, "If I may, Commander."
Our orders, you mean?
No. Soleia's asking for you to also present Soleia with the orders. Like, unlock them, basically.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'll give a glance towards Penn first, because that is technically how that goes, but assuming he doesn't object, I will do so.
Am I allowed to show the counselor, considering this is a priority 1 mission?
You don't know why Celia's here. Yeah, this is just you're looking at a Vulcan counselor in your room.
Yeah, then the answer's no.
Seeing the confusion, Soleia will say, the second set of orders Commander Thralic has to show you is that I'm here to observe and advise the senior staff in all things for the council.
We have our own political liaison.
And you now have access to that information.
Jesus Christ, let me finish reading the first one.
The commissar's in town. Whoa.
Yeah, I don't have a pistol yet, but if I need one, I can get one.
It's called a bolt pistol, you heretic.
Just a little red idic in her hat.
Yeah, the party is very concerned with events here.
I don't know. I smell left deviationism.
There's factionalism on this ship, and it will end.
There are reactionaries here, and they must be abolished.
Force International all the way.
Just call them revisionists. It always works.
Okay, now I'm on the second document. Jesus.
These were fun to write.
Yeah.
Being a Starfleetist Achilles with Pendist characteristics.
See, it's this elevation of Penn that we have to be that the party's concerned with.
Mm-hmm.
Pendergrad.
Literally Stalin.
You guys have no idea.
Wow. So it's only a matter of time before Grennan gets removed from all of the pictures.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time.
Who was this redhead in all the pictures with pinned? No one knows.
Yeah. You know, you just check the records one day, and it says actually the Kismet was captained by Captain Pend the whole time.
Yep, I just get unpersoned. Great.
I mean, technically, Grennan never did command the Achilles, so.
Yeah, it was always commanded by Great Leader Pind.
No, like, I'm not even joking. He never commanded it.
That's why I said the Kismet.
I think you said I don't know what I was saying.
What do you mean? The Achilles is the Kismet. There's only one ship.
There's only one ship.
There's only ever been one ship.
That's right.
Yeah. The fleet? I think you mean the flagship.
We have always been at war with the Pacific States.
Man, we went down a rabbit hole there.
It gives Penn time to read the two sets of orders he has.
Yep.
You motherfucker.
See, that's the sound of Penn loving it.
A nurse comes by and checks on Penn's vitals, nods to Thralic and Celia, and just continues working. nods approvingly at the readings and carries on with their day.
Can the readings pick up Penn's level of annoyance just rising?
Yeah, that's probably why the nurse hangs around for like a half beat longer. Like, oh, wonder what that's about. Scan, and then sees the bright red pad and the bright blue pads in the room. Like, oh, right. Those sound like headaches.
I
Okay.
think she's probably an agent sent by the West to poison you. You should send her to a gulag.
I didn't realize that blood pressure could go that high.
Okay, so 1, yes to the council's request. So, like to see the mission order.
There we go.
2,
And where are you?
can I do an insight of the second document I've just got? Because something that seems iffy. That seems really iffy.
The one with the command badge on it or the council badge on it?
The one I received from the councillor.
Counselor isn't here.
Ah.
Insight command difficulty of 2, assisted by ship's computers plus command if you consult the computer to verify your suspicions.
I'm not typing shit into the computer. I don't want to know what I'm doing.
Yep, that's why I let you know. There you go. Not here, right.
Focus in mental prowess.
Counselor, you should see the mental prowess. You should be able to see the orders now. Yeah.
Do any of my traits kick in?
Your mother, your father, your sister. Just trying.
I don't think we've met Penn's father.
Penn does actually have a biological family. They even have names.
I mean, I assume Penn is not a virgin birth.
I will take Tiger of Narendra as a difficulty decrease because not Tiger. Well, Tiger Narendra in the sense of you. No, it still works. In the sense that you are quite versed in the various politic that occurs with the Shackleton mission because it's rife with this sort of stuff, both within the Shackleton and the Federation's response to it.
I'll give you a threat.
Certainly. Boop, 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 boop.
And I'll fish.
So that was a diff 1. She gained 2. No. Gained 3. Boop. That is the appropriate person on the document. That is the appropriate council that would be authorized to do this. It implies that there is, if not a majority faction, there is a sizable faction of the council that has its suspicions about the Achilles, rightly or wrongly. So the council is kind of this political pressure has pushed this order into being, but you get the feeling it's been tamped down. Like this was going to be way more expansive, but it's been narrowed.
Is there any more information about which political party this is?
For momentum, I can answer.
Sure.
I'm about to info dump you. Sorry, but you asked.
It's not the Mensheviks.
Jesus.
It's the other one.
See, we've mentioned like the Russians and Germans. Why can't we just use Dad's army? It's like, who do you think
that's funny.
You are King Mr. Hitler.
Well, it's been forever since I watched that. Goddamn. There you go. You asked.
Alright, talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Doesn't mean he has to like it.
I think it's been quite apparent that he doesn't like it.
That's and that's the way. He likes it.
Nah, I'm not saying that.
Right, to speed it up, can I just give you a momentum just to give me a 5-sentence fucking summary? God damn it.
That is the summary. What are you talking about?
That's
I have way
the-
more. I
that's
have more
the
stuff. I have way more
summary?
stuff on my end.
That is the summary. Oh no.
I look forward to redoing this at some point.
In the summer of 1968, Richard Nixon developed the Southern Strategy.
You know that you could ask Celia about it. She would be more than versed in the information. Because it's literally her job to be.
So these are people who basically just want to go back to, like, we're the original members. Everyone else go fuck yourself.
So there was the originalist movement, and that was done back in the 2270s, and they were that. This group is kind of a revival of it.
Oh, so it's just a racist party. Got it, okay.
Well, they wouldn't say it that way.
So, okay, so, no, it's a xenophobic party then. Okay, I got it.
Isolationist would be the politically correct term.
Okay.
The xenophobic party.
Counselor?
It's just the xenophobe.
Federation Firsters.
Yes, Captain.
Why are the dumbass isolationists having an issue with us today?
It would be improper of me to refer to other members of the council with that language. But as for the intentions of some of the honorable members from my council, they have a very negative view of Starfleet that other parties share, but not in the same way. So there's a lot of political will to investigate Starfleet, and they've capitalized on that. There's not a lot of political will to do a specific thing yet. So depending on the outcome of my report, they could or could not gain power to affect Starfleet. I will say that it is my intention to not give them that. But obviously, if things go bad and my hands are tied, I won't be able to help. But I am confident in telling you that I do not share their goals.
Oh, well, that's good. I'll hand the pad to Throlic and say, xenophobic idiots. Here you go.
Oh, you handed off the Throlic, do you?
Yeah, well, I'm giving her the information.
Da 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 da. I lost you. How did I lose you? I talk to you frequently. Where the hell are you? Fine, I'll do it this way.
Right, so we're required to flitter off to a damaged tactical cube to rescue Myth and Cham and hopefully not die. What did the order say anything about how we're leaving this?
No. I presume it is ideal to complete this mission. However, given the time constraints of our next assignment, I believe that discussing a handoff of the rogue Klingon element to a broader command structure of theirs might be advisable.
Oh, I mean,
very important to the council that they are not allowed to leave without the technology being preserved and kept out of their hands.
Well, that's simple to do. Pen will tap his comm badge. Pen to bridge.
Bridge here, Captain. Go ahead.
Patch me through to the away team.
Stand by. I'm gonna find them again.
You're
they
the
are.
one. You're the one who made the
Oh.
map this fucking big.
Commander Aza, your suit beeps at you.
Sorry, I was muted. Yep, she'll tap her comm badge and say Asa here.
Commander, updated orders. Are you ready to receive?
Uh-huh. Go.
You have 2 hours to complete objectives. Then I'm torpedoing the base. Understood?
Oh boy.
Captain, I do not know if we will be able to find the Romulans or Klingons in this space in the next 2 hours. Are you sure we could not just leave now and not risk the crew any further?
There's certain risks I can't take at the moment. I'm giving you 2 hours to complete whatever objectives you can.
Understood. And she'll cut the comm, and she'll say to everyone, we have 2 hours before we have to get out here, otherwise the place is going to blow. We have to pick up the pace.
How's it going to blow? Is there something? Is there a reactor meltdown somewhere?
Kent has orders to nuke this place from orbit. Well, photon torpedoes.
Oh.
Well, that's much worse. Says one of the hoplites.
So, GM, can I use this relay network to broadcast like a broad beam, like all channels message throughout the entire facility, theoretically?
Theoretically, it would only emanate to a certain point from the rooms that have boys in them. So the lower left and upper right probably won't hear anything because there's just too much material between you and the possible receiver. But the upper left and lower right quadrants will likely hear
it. I don't know if that would get to everybody, but that's worth a shot. So yeah, I'll try to boost the signal and just blanket communications to push it as far and wide as I can throughout the facility, despite the ominous music.
Control plus engineering difficulty for this would be 3, so brought down by 2, down to 1.
Okay. Take a threat for bold and stay clicked engineering. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. So gain 2.
You gain 2. You have rigged the comm system to broadcast.
Commander, if you want to broadcast a message to the Klingons and the Romulans, I guess, and tell them they've got 2 hours to get their shit together and get out, or join us and get out, or the captain's going to rain hellfire from orbit. You might, I can't tell how far the message will reach, but I've boosted it, so it should pretty much blanket everything to anyone's listening.
Thank you, Commander. And she will step forward and, where are you? You are down here. Okay, she will, what is the transceiver for this device? Is there like a comm badge it's tied to, or is it a console?
Maybe you could probably do it through one of the buoys himself, or just through your badge system, because your badge system is connected through the same thing he just rigged.
Okay. So she will tap her comm badge to all frequency broadcasts and say, to anyone and everyone who might be listening, I am Commander Asa, second officer of the U.S.S. Achilles. This facility has been deemed a security risk by Starfleet Command and is set to be destroyed within 120 minutes from now. This is a non-negotiable position. It will happen regardless of who remains here or not. If you value your life, you will come to the source of this signal and beam off the ship with us. Beam off the base with us.
You may perform presence, if I can type presence, plus command difficulty of, we'll say 4.
Yay. Okay. All right. Hmm. All right. This is kind of a stretch, but could I argue determination spend on sometimes you have to help those who won't help themselves in the grounds that, they're staying here in this obvious danger and I'm trying to force them to leave?
You could, yeah.
Okay. First of all, let's find out if Ryder's magic remains true. Okay, praise be. Okay. Disciple guidance, multidisciplinary, veteran, medicine, positive reinforcement.
Yeah, Inslee, now that you're playing with us, you get to praise Varder alongside the rest of us.
Honestly, my luck is such that I decry him as a false god more often than I give him praise.
Yeah.
I'll have you know that I was one of the founding members of the Church of Varder, and I crafted the Varder dice emojis for the server. I've been, yeah.
It's like the
Archbishop of the Church of Varder.
Oh no! I'm thinking it's the one
all
guy
about the
wearing
hats.
one guy wearing the President of the Varder Fan Club T-shirt, and the other guy says President of the Varder Fan Club Founder.
Right.
Okay. I'm not gonna have a focus for this because I'm kind of threatening them. It's not really empathetic. Presence commands. So it would be five momentum for 4, so I'll spend all 5.
Boop, boop.
Okay. Well, that makes it, but it has a complication. So sure, we'll let the comp stand.
One moment. Oops, wrong layer. Boop, 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 boop. Oh god. Don't mind me just moving a bunch of stuff on the GM layer, so I have to. You hear disruptor fire in this direction.
I'm sorry, I had my character sheet up. In which direction?
Oh, and also.
Oh, what now? Oh.
You hear a roaring noise coming from within the facility, and every light around you starts glowing. All your suits start screaming at you that there is a dangerous spike in radiation, and it advises you to leave the area. By the way, you are currently in combat timing. Something very bad's about to happen at the end of the round. I'm going to roll a challenge die, and if a certain thing comes up, a bad thing will happen. The turn goes to you guys because you're the one, because you realize that something's happened. A fight has started, and there's something about the facility that has changed, and not in a positive way.
We could bug out.
Yeah, Asa is going to give the order to Asa is going to see the spike in radiation levels and say, by the prophets. All right, I'm ordering a full-scale retreat. Everyone beam out now.
What we need, yeah. You heard the commander. Fall back to the pattern enhancers. Quick now, quick.
Who
Or
wants
your
to go
brains will
first?
start leaking out of your ears.
Because this is the room you need to be in to beam out.
Yeah.
Okay. And how many movement points is it to that? Because it's 3 rooms?
Medium, long, extreme. So it would be a sprint. You need 2 momentum or 2 threats to cover the distance from where you 3 are. Also note that you do have a security team all the way down here. Although they can run to their beam in site back here.
Right.
Okay, and we have as many actions as players.
Yep.
Okay. I will go. Actually, I don't know who. Well, the difficult role is going to be transporting us all out of here. The easy thing is just making it to the transporter. So
This is building up momentum for the Citral when he beams you up.
Yeah.
Yep. And not burning all of that momentum.
So what's the role to move like hell? Yeah, I understand it's a sprint to go beyond the normal, but
Fitness con diff 1.
Ah.
Normally it's diff 0 to sprint, but it's diff 1 because this is a weird terrain to be running around in, and there's weird turns and stuff that make no sense.
And
You're
all
in EVA suits.
I was saying
Yeah.
we're all in EVA suits.
Also, I'll presume any teams, or that as long as the main characters get out and the support characters get out, then the support teams get out with you.
Okay. Sure. Could I make essentially a rally roll, go first and begin ordering people to bug out in order to have an organized retreat, I guess.
You could do presence command diff 0 to rally, yeah.
All right, so Asa will get on the horn and begin giving orders. Presence commands diff 0. I just spent all of our momentum, so I'm gonna have to give him more threat. So take 3 threat. A focus in empathy or conversation in this case.
Empathy.
All right. Guys, we need to go now. Something very bad is about to happen. Ooh, never mind. I already rolled.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop. And as a minor, you can move 1 zone for free, so you can
Okay.
move there, into that room rather.
Yeah, but
You're
I
giving
have
orders.
to. But I have to get out this round. You said because at the end of this round something bad happens. So it would be what? Spend 2 momentum to keep fitness con diff 1, and then 2 more momentum to make it to the room with the buffers.
2 momentum to Swift, because you're acting again in the same
Sorry.
round. It would be fitness con difficulty 2 because you're Swift tasking.
I guess
go
I
ahead.
think I have to. It's going to burn all of the momentum I just made, but I think I have to unless. Okay, fitness con. This is an 8. Okay, so it's 2 momentum to Swift task, and then this is a diff 2 with an 8. GM determination spend go with your gut on the grounds that I don't actually have any proof that something is bad, but I get the feeling that something is bad, and I'm ordering a full-scale retreat because of that.
You have. I'll take it because you do have a lot of information, but there's a lot of information you don't have. So you're going with your first instinct of leave.
Okay. And I'll just roll.
2 momentum generated.
So that is 5. Okay, and it's 2 to make it to here. So we're still at 3.
All right, you did 2. Yeah. And you only have to spend 1 to get in there, 1 momentum to get in there, because you always move at least 1 zone when you sprint.
I apologize. I thought you said it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you moved here and then you sprinted as
Yep.
a swift, so you only had the 1. Do you guys wish to keep? Because the bad guys are doing things. You just can't see what they're doing right now.
Well, I feel like there's at least 3 parties here.
It's whether or not we want to save the momentum.
I think we want to save the momentum because we have to use momentum to get everyone to here.
Well, you do have the freebie keep because of Ryloff.
Oh
Yeah.
But wouldn't they already be at +1 difficulty because I swift tasked?
No, it's only free. It's only when you're swift tasking for yourself.
Okay.
So they're still at diff 1 to do the sprint.
And I say we keep and move someone else in here. Are the transporter enhancers even active, or are they just in a box?
Oh no, we
They-
set end up. Yeah.
Oh, we set them up. Okay.
That's why I have the marker there, because you would have had to set them up to beam him up. I'll note though that well, it doesn't really matter. Once you're all in the same room, you'll instead of doing 3 separate beams, you'll beam together, so you're not using up all the battery life in the things.
Yeah.
Because you only get 3 shots to beam with them, but that's why you usually beam in groups. So, is it going to be the security person, Kino? Is it going to be Ryloff, or is it going to be Ninurta? Ninurta, rather.
Probably not security.
Say again, sorry?
I'd say it's probably not security.
Yeah.
Their job is to be last out.
Commander, Lieutenant?
Someone could take command of the security team. You just said not security. In that case, I'd recommend the new engineer.
Well, lieutenants before lieutenant commanders. Go, Rylov. Get out. I'll be right behind.
I mean, I really don't want to leave.
I didn't know you were the chief engineer in the U.S.S. Titanic.
I was on the Titanic when it sunk.
Why we named a starship that is beyond me, but you know.
Yeah.
Yep. So I have to follow orders. So, yeah. Can I grab him?
You can add to the difficulty and drag him along, yeah, unless he actively fights you off for some reason.
I guess that means I can assist.
It's true.
Survivor trait. Survival focus.
Yes and yes.
Okay.
Diff 0 in that case.
Here's the
Mistrust
tripwire in
style.
this.
Mm-hmm.
The trait of Edosion. With 3 legs, Edosians are somewhat slower than most humanoids, but far more stable. So I can't move quite as quickly as bipeds.
Thankfully, because Ryloff is leading, your trait doesn't hurt him because he's literally dragging you along.
Okay.
Hence the increased difficulty because he is dragging another person along.
Okay.
Worth mentioning, that is true. If you were leading this would be a problem. We must go quickly. You're dragging me along, but I honestly could outrun you.
I think I'll give Nanerta the focus of athletics.
Fitness con. Did I just? Oh, that's so diff 2, diff 1 again. Survivor.
Diff 2 down to diff 1. Yeah.
My spy drone does not help me with this.
No, not really.
Tragically.
You need a self-aware cybernetic horse from the ancient past.
It's doable. I'll give you a momentum.
Certainly.
And then I made it back plus some, so.
There's my assist.
You generated 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. -1 is 4. Boop. To get there is, you get there free. 1, 2. So 1, 2 gets you both in there. Boop. And boop, which, by extension, boop, boop, boop. Is Ryan left swift tasking? Otherwise, the turn goes to the other side.
As much as I want to go elsewhere, I'm pretty sure I'd just immediately be court-martialed. So no.
I like how this Romulan thinks that I'm much more of a disciplinarian than I actually am.
It's not you. It's the actual commander.
1, 2, 3, 4. You hear disruptor fire.
Mm-hmm. Is it Romulan or Klingon-esque?
For momentum, I'll answer.
Sure.
I don't mind giving that. For momentum anyway. This sounds like disruptor. Romulan disruptor fire.
If I had to guess, some of them want to surrender, and other ones are not permitting it to happen.
Bang.
I feel like this has happened before.
1, 2, 3, 4. I think we hit them, boys. 1, 2, 3. Well, it's red on red, so I don't get anything for that, but.
Oh, it's not like an infinite threat. Yeah, that's not.
If you guys can't do it with each other, I can't do it with myself either. Context, shut up.
No, that was funny.
No, shut up. You hear the sound of someone being disintegrated.
Who knows? Maybe we're lucky and the Klingons found the Romulans.
No, that was all Romulan disruptor fire.
Goes back to you lot. It'd be either Nanerta or Kino. Or the transporter chief, as the case may be.
Someone
not
take
transporter
Kino and beam us off and get them here.
Well, I think Kino's probably going to the other pad, right? 'Cause
Yeah,
there's
he just
the
has
other
to
set
go
of
here.
transporter
Yeah.
Okay.
enhancers.
Okay, then someone want to take her and do that then?
Yeah, I can do that.
Costs nothing to do because it's just a medium range. It's moving from one room to another. But you could fitness sprint it just to try to generate momentum if you wanted.
Yeah. I'll do that.
Still diff 1 because it's weird rooms and such.
If you spend a momentum, can you bring the corpse of Ven's mom?
Right.
He's really blaming. He might want it for like normal reasons.
It would be a.
For normal reasons. Specifies.
What we'll do is we'll embalm it, put it in a glass case, and hide it in his closet.
It would be, for the love of God, it would be a difficulty increase to bring along a dead load, so to speak.
Oh my
No,
God.
no, you can't say that.
It's accurate.
Wow.
A bunch of dead weight?
Well, that's less poetic, but yes.
Yeah. I'm not going to do that. So.
Jeez. Wow.
Well, this facility has gravity, correct?
Presently.
Oh, okay. Dang. Go focus then.
Oh,
Yeah. Fitness security. Right there. Dang. I subtract 1 from the momentum by sprinting.
As you try to make sure the security team doesn't try to do that exact idea that was mentioned earlier, like, drop the stupid body, come here. Would you like
Get
to
between the
keep
pattern enhancers and wait.
Would you like to keep the initiative for the transporter chief to beam you all away?
Everybody's in position?
Yep.
Then yeah, let's do that.
For the transporter chief, they are looking at a roll of control plus engineering, difficulty of the they're not on a pad, but they're going to a pad. They're in the transporter room. Normally, there's a penalty for beaming not on a pad. That doesn't apply because both groups are on things. I will increase difficulty because there's a lot of you beaming at the same time. Sensor plus engineering to assist. Control engineering, diff 2, assisted by sensors engineering for the transporter chief of the hour.
Who's taking
focus in transporters?
Yes.
Value spent of moving things is my job.
Yep.
And I'm going to give 1 threat 2 momentum for a 3rd die. Oh no, it's just 1 on 1.
1 and eventually 1.
So we gain 3.
And the away team beams up and away from the facility. Boop. New scene, by the way, but there's going to be more information here in a moment. Actually, I know who to pick on. New scene? I'm in the wrong room. 1 second. Do.
Uh-oh.
Mhm.
I think
Doop.
I know. Yeah. Go.
I wonder what player characters are in this room.
Hmm.
So many to choose from.
Ensign Ven.
Yes.
As you overhear there's a lot of frazzle about the behind you between Joshua and Shashir and the engineer as they're beaming the away team up and something's going on over there. But you see a weird anomaly on your sensor screens. Reason science, difficulty of 2, assisted by sensor science.
Does this play into the stuff that happened earlier? Because,
No, it's a different thing.
okay.
Is it orb related?
Is it?
I mean,
Spending a momentum.
Isn't
for a
everything?
Spending a momentum for a 3rd die, sensor operations focus.
I
Okay. At least the ship helped that time. We're up to full.
so that's what did I say, 2? So 3?
Yeah, so
Yep. It would appear after the away team beams up that there is the facility that they were at has suddenly has transformed, or rather has had imbued within it a singularity. This singularity is expanding rapidly and has utterly crushed the facility and is starting to destabilize the planet because a huge chunk of it's being sunk into a black hole.
Ven just wheels around in his chair. Commander, we need to vacate orbit of this planet immediately. The planet has become unstable. Someone activated some kind of a singularity generation mechanism down there. The facility's been destroyed and the singularity is growing.
I nearly killed the entire away team. Ven, you have one free question, by the way.
Yep. How does this seem like something that the base created, or is this some external force?
I would hand that question back to you. You don't have enough information to make that determination.
Okay. It's not like I determined, oh, it's not like I'm detecting the sign of, oh, this is the warp core of the ship that's exploding. No, this is something I have no idea what it is.
Because you... actually, you know what? I'll take that question because I have a way to answer it. Because it tells you what it isn't. You know, it is nothing fired or no energy surge occurred that would externally, like from orbit or from within the system at the planet. Because you would see that. You would see that on sensors or in the logs. The facility itself, in theory, might have done that, but the problem is that the singularity power system that powered the facility was removed and disarmed when Ryloff and Arlen were down there the first time.
I'm gonna burn my Starfleet Medal of Honor with cluster, just the cluster. 2 bonus momentum on the table. Rate of expansion.
At the end of the current combat round, if you're still there, I'm gonna be rolling challenge die, and something bad's gonna happen.
Oh, okay. Second question. I assume that with that, we are no longer detecting any life signs on the planet's surface.
Is that a question you're spending for?
Yeah, that's my other moment.
You do.
Okay, where?
In the singularity.
Within the singularity.
Or rather, past it might be an accurate way to put it.
Wait, we're detecting things past the singularity? Oh. Right.
What am I missing?
The wormhole. Sure.
Ah. Hold on to your profits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we detected evidence that one of the orbs of the prophets is in this area.
Yeah.
Commander, this is the wormhole. This is the wormhole we've been looking for, and I'm detecting a life sign within it. Should I send these coordinates down to engineering and see if they can beam it out?
Whoever's control Commander Jaishu, because this is I really shouldn't make that choice for you guys, because this could really endanger your ship. So
Do it. Yes, do it.
Do.
Is it something the captain would do? Probably.
So I assume in this new combat round of sorts, or pressure round as I might like to call it, I assume someone's using a player action to get the transporter chief to beam the life sign.
Apparently. I can take it because Penna's not doing jack shit.
Have we even been beamed off the planet yet?
Yes.
Oh, I'll let you shave off 2 momentum to say that you beamed up the rest of the people you left on the planet.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I think I'll spare you that because I forgot about it, and so did you guys. So I'm like, I'll just charge you 2 for it. Screw it. There's like several teams of people around the building in nearby facilities. It's like, let's just say Satal's a go-getter. So if Satal wants to beam the life form, it will be control plus engineering difficulty. They're in the room. It's not on a pad. It's weird as hell. It's in a singularity. Sensors plus engineering difficulty 4. Sorry, control engineering difficulty 4, assisted by sensors engineering.
Could he be directed by pen?
You could do that.
Oh, okay. I'll make it a direct, and I'll just make it a crit due to the medal. Because haha. I'm going to spend his second determination. I like a challenge.
Sure.
I mean, are you telling me this isn't a challenging thing to do?
I would say it is.
I'm going to spend 1-on-1 for a third die.
1-on-1 eye. Click 1 and
Nahtho
1.
will, if you'll let him, since he's in the transporter room anyway, will assist. They'll stand on the other side of the transporter controller.
If you want. Focus in transporters.
Certainly. I will note assisting does burn Nahtho's action for the round.
Okay.
If you're all right with that, just letting you know.
Okay, so we're currently at 7 now for the ship.
Ooh,
We're at 8, 9.
Minus that. Boop. Oh, oh, fudge. Right. No, that's the right music. Never mind. We're gonna cut to the transporter room because this suddenly became really important.
Oh no.
It's as if we probably just beamed a hyperspace level being into the transporter room.
That sounds bad.
Probably.
GM, is that bad?
It sounds bad for the people in there.
The Adosians have many gods.
Most of them are jerks.
Well,
It's
better
not
than
wrong.
the Klingon gods. They're dead. They were more trouble than they were war.
God, I love that.
Klingons just going, these guys were going like sacrifice them? No, I'm just gonna go kill you.
No, wrong one. I need the asset. Come back here. This room, not that room. Oh, it's all on that layer. Oh, yes. A glowing box with strange musculature at its joints and writhing little legs underneath it. Pulses green.
No.
Everyone in that room needs to give me fitness or control, I suppose, plus medicine difficulty. It would be that, but I have so much threat.
Oh god, we just beamed a mad god onto the ship.
Is that like some sort of Adulterated orb.
It would appear to be, yes.
It is the orb of possibility.
Probability.
Fitness
Uh,
or control plus medicine. For everyone in that room.
5. Goodness.
Yeah,
Okay.
but it's also like the orb of alternate reality.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It is literally the orb of.
This was an unprofitable beaming.
It almost got destroyed.
Um.
Mm.
Hey, I'm glad we didn't destroy it.
It is
So
alive.
I can probably take this easily because my control medicine is 14 and I have traits and stuff that'll work for this. So does someone who's not as good as me want to go first to spend all of that momentum?
Not the
And I'll
worst
let the
idea.
extra float that's there stay because this is in direct reaction to Satal's beaming. Well, it's the Satal's beaming that he was ordered to do, but still, it's part of this. It's an immediate reaction to the roll.
Okay, Nanerta will go.
Okay,
GM question.
answer. Oh, you shot me some, or you did not. Never mind. What's the question?
With the bonus momentum, considering we were beaming on something unknown and dangerous, could we have activated emergency shields on the transporter pad?
You could have. Would you like to spend 2 to have done that?
Well, yeah, we got 2 bonus, so might as well.
So it beams. A shield comes up first, and then it beams. Unfortunately, you still have to make the roll.
I mean, it was worth a go.
Yeah.
Do you
It
think
is worth
this
a
could
go. You didn't know if
contain-
that was going to work or not.
Okay, so I'm going to give Lieutenant Commander Nanerta the value. Don't see that every day. And I will spend my determination on, don't see that every day.
No, that doesn't apply. You see this all the time on this. Oh, you, yes, okay, yes, sure.
I can always challenge the value if it needs to in the future. So, okay, and then we got fitness, medicine.
God help us if we get to the point where that doesn't apply.
Okay, so, and then let's see. I'm rolling a 12 there. To 5, Jesus. 2, I need
can't
3
help you, right?
more, so take 1, 2. Yeah, take 5 of that momentum for the 4 other dice.
Poof. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 momentum generated. You are fine. I'll explain what you see in a moment. But
Don't see that every day.
All right, I can go because I think there's a good chance I'll make some momentum. Okay, control medicine. All right. Trait Bajoran. Does that make it easier or worse here?
Difficulty decrease.
Okay, so it's diff 4. Trait deeply spiritual.
Complication increase.
Okay.
Ooh.
This one's more of a stretch, but veteran of 2 wars, I've been exposed to a lot of damage before. Or I've been exposed to things that rack your mind and make you question your place in the world before.
Complication or difficulty decrease?
Difficulty decrease.
You have 3.
Okay. Div 3. 2. What? I'm gonna roll this to see if my last momentum got back. It did not go out for me. Try again. There we go. Okay. He's a false god. I know that because God is standing in front of me.
What does God need with a starship? Transportation, jerk. Jeez.
A great movie. All right. 1 momentum, 3 momentum. Yeah, 3 momentum, and I'll roll 4. There we go.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, I don't know why, but the focus thing keeps activating when I don't want it to activate. The first 2 was a real 2. The second 2 was just a 1. So that's 4.
3, 4. 1, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Where'd you get 5?
1, 2, 3, 4 plus 1 is 5. Because that last 2 is still a 1, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I can do math. Yeah, 4 plus 1 is 5. Sorry. Okay.
But yeah, you make it. Leaves Kino, Ryloff, and Satal.
I actually left you with less momentum than what you had before. I'm sorry.
Let's go for the NPCs.
I'm finally in a place where I'm not the one making one of these goddamn rolls.
Okay, yeah, you can roll one of the support characters then. Go ahead.
Yeah, I already rolled for this scene.
Yeah, I walked right into that one.
And if you get Kino killed, I'm coming for you.
Yeah,
She's
me too.
survived
She's a lot of
everyone so far.
You want me to roll for Kino?
Up to you. You've got 2 options.
Sure.
I was just about to say,
You know
considering
what?
Penn's just
I'll do it.
ordered. Oh, God.
Still diff 5.
For Kino, Kino is a Bajoran?
No.
Oh,
Trill?
She's a Trill.
Ah, my mistake. Yeah, no. Still diff 5, yeah.
Hoplite?
Diff or comp. Oh wait, there's no comp increase. Diff, so diff 4.
Diff 4. I will take it.
I train my people well.
Yep. 1 threat to momentum.
1.
See what our holodeck simulations look like.
2
Bizarre.
momentum.
And
I
doesn't
actually
matter
don't
if-
need to see that.
Doesn't matter if there's a focus because it's a score of 1, but it's still a 12, which isn't terrible. Slightly better than 50% odds.
You got a determination there?
I do, but I feel like with rolling 4 dice, I A, might want to save it for a reroll, and B, I don't even know if I have a value that applies.
Well, no matter what happens, you're the prize fighter.
Still, I might just save it for the rerolls because I'm only up against a diff.
Fair.
I'll take it.
GM.
That's a momentum.
So, Penn was in contact with Khaaill for the role, like to get it on the chip, wasn't it?
How much momentum again? Sorry, I'm splitting attention here.
None.
None. Never mind. That does mean Kino made it. Leaves it with Ryloff and Satal.
I was just about to say for Khaaill, Penn has just been in contact with him to make the role, so could I give him my determination?
You are in contact. Yep. That's all that's required.
Now that doesn't like open Pend up to this roll, does it? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, sure, do it.
Hold on, I have to think how this thing works.
I just thought I should ask.
No, it wouldn't. I had to think about that. Sorry. I want to do that, but it doesn't make sense to do that.
Cool.
It's one of those. It's like, oh man, like that's not how it works though, and I shouldn't cheat.
You can spend to make it happen.
That opens up so many other problems that I don't. You guys have enough problems. I'm not going to make that because if I nail you, I have to hit everyone else in the room with you because you're in this. They're in there with you, which I could, but that'd be mean.
I'm just going to give you a full net.
Boop. Boop. He has so much threat.
Ben, do you want to keep your determination and add 3 more threat?
I'm going to spend the determination he's just got to. Well, I do like a challenge.
I mean, yeah, it is a diff 3+ check. That's usually a challenging thing to do.
I'll just reroll that comp. That should
3, 4,
generate
5, 6.
2. Oh no, 1 for Rylov.
Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 5. Yeah, 1. Yeah. Oh no, plus. Wait. Oh, you didn't. Wait. I thought you spent your determination though.
No, I spent that for the reroll.
Oh, I understand. Gotcha. So Satal is fine. It's just Rylov.
Okay. None of the talents. I'm curious as to if Romulan hurts me in this case. Actually, it's a question. It might be relevant.
It is. Let me think. Difficulty increase.
Okay.
Damn it.
It doesn't like you.
I don't think.
Oh, it does like him. That's kind of the problem.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't know if mistrust Klingons comes into this.
It doesn't.
I didn't think so, but I had to.
It's worth asking. You never know
Yeah.
with me.
Defector?
No.
No. Paranoid.
Doesn't help or hurt.
Oh, okay. I thought it was about to hurt the shit out of me.
I was about to help.
I was not so optimistic. Survivor. It's a salad. You don't want it. Fuck off.
Man.
My brain registered that as your explanation why Survivor should apply in this situation. I'm like, that's a little esoteric. Is that like a Zealand thing or
No, that was my crawling across the table towards my salad. Like,
Man, this game has been solid.
Oh God.
The salad didn't want that. Fuck off.
So
Good value.
Survivor, you say? No, unfortunately.
no, I'm just like I don't know what's going to affect or not. So like I don't think Inscrutable will, because it's not his reaction thing.
Yeah, no.
And Weightless sure as hell won't. Subtle, I don't think so.
No.
Guarded Mind.
Yes.
No. So I hurt myself and helped myself only once with that. Nice. So I'm still at 5. Lovely. However, I do
go
have
through
a
it.
focus for this. There is certainly a temptation here. Fitness medicine? Was it? Yeah. Huh. I'll spend the momentum. Sure, we'll find out. I don't want to spend threat. No.
I believe that's a whiff.
Yes, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Ryloff. There's people who made it.
Yeah.
One
Like
second.
everyone else.
Slash R 54d6.
Ooh, fun.
As your action,
It's still a salad. No.
I like the idea of not opening it because of bad associations with lettuce.
Ryloff, it's your turn to act. What do you do, given your current instruction?
Everyone
Everyone else just gets this weird wall of noise that swims through your head, but you're able to kind of let it go by you rather than let it latch onto your brain.
Yeah, he's just gonna turn around because there's that control panel behind him, which has a certain button he needs to press on it to lower the shield. And go for it. Yeah.
Kino, what are you doing?
Kino. Yes, it's Kino. Blame Kino.
Wait, you're not playing. Wait, who are you playing?
Ryloff.
Oh, shit. No.
To move over to it, you would need to give me an extra minor.
Okay.
Oh shoot, I have to spend a threat.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're spending threat at this point.
Yeah. Boop.
Hi.
Control plus con difficulty of 2. This thing is hard to open. You kind of have to. Actually, it's not control. It's fitness because you're muscling the thing open.
Fitness con. Okay.
It's like it looks like the hinges where, because normally an orb like this would have hinges where it would swing open. The hinges are organic muscles that kind of squeak and squelch, so you kind of have to force it to get it to open.
This is some some
list?
freaking HP Lovecraft.
It is. What's the list of traits that might hurt or help me here? Because I don't want to read them all again, and you can see them.
I mean, can I though?
I don't know if any of them particularly do.
Romulan. No.
Just like the episode of Star Trek where they brought in H.R. Geiger to guess to build some guess.
None of those traits would fire.
None of those traits, and I don't believe focuses unless I'm using martial arts to open the box.
Yeah, kick.
Investigative techniques? Question mark.
Yes, because you might figure out you might figure out a trick. There is a trick to opening it. That's why control is possible.
Lovely. We'll spend a threat. Spend a threat. Oh, that's a weird sentence.
1 threat.
My lord.
Failed.
I apparently did. However,
I
don't know. That's a compulsion.
You have bold, don't you? That bolt's
Security.
con though. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if I bold that would be impressive.
That'd be very weird. Is there a value that would apply here?
Yeah, you can't sit around and wait for help.
You know what? You're right. You can't.
Can we stop trying to blow up my ship, please?
No,
it's not blowing it up. It's melting brain.
Wait a second. Let me roll a thing for you.
Get the feeling it's
Oh, hey, look at that.
Fucking hate.
Hey, I take those back. Thank you for the threat.
Barter is a false god.
No, he just is tired of being scorned by Aza, so here's penance.
Yeah, that tracks.
Never
Ryloff
scorned you. That's slander.
he pivots, taps the control to shut off the shields, and then strides over to the shock of everyone in the room. Kind of muscles that kind of fiddles with the orb, opens it up. The light, this green light, pours over him. The little legs beneath it twitch and twiddle. The thing begins to spin, and Ryloff vanishes from sight.
God damn it.
Are these legs that you're describing organic or
Think
mechanical?
spider-like, except
But
way
like-
too big.
But like apparently organic.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to the bridge so we have everyone involved, relative here. Just need to focus on the transporter room to show you relatively how close that stupid thing was. So Ryloff just poofed. That was. It is now your guys' turn as the other side took its action, much to your shock, and Ryloff is now gone. Also, the planet's still collapsing, so you know.
Yeah, is that a planet we have to worry about collapsing?
Yes, we have to get out of here.
I mean, it was a Federation planet.
Yeah, how strongly was it a Federation planet? I mean, like,
It's
Yeah.
already
Off the
it
lake?
was evacuated like
It was
20 episodes
evacuated.
ago. Yeah.
okay, good. Just
Yeah,
wondering.
there's no one down there anymore. But it was colonized by like a collective, a commercial collective that was trying to mine resources and stuff. They'll lose stuff, but the Federation will reimburse them because weird stuff happens on colonies sometimes, and you have to leave. It's like, sorry, this is why you tell it. This is why you tell us when you're colonizing, so we can have insurance set up.
It's like flood insurance.
Wait,
Mhm.
the same
Insurance.
company who had a secret way into that facility who were selling off the local inhabitants to become Borgified? Yeah, sure. They can go fuck themselves. Lieutenant Stray can get us out, move us away from the planet so we don't get caught up in the collapse.
So the order is to warp away.
Warp away, jaunt away, well, you know, whatever works.
Which player turn is being burned for this?
Throw mine in there.
Boop boop. Because this is a roll, which
We have like sensors confirm that we don't have a Romulan stuck in the middle of that singularity now.
I couldn't possibly say because it's not something Khan would notice.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's something I should notice or do or think about.
But this is a roll. Hell with it. We'll make this control plus con difficulty of 5 to warp away. Engines plus con to assist, of course. Because basically you're basically trying to escape from a rapidly expanding singularity that if you don't get away quickly, like its gravitational pull is quite intense because you're in orbit. And something that's at close range just turned into a massive gravity well.
Yep.
We're just first Abrams movieing this.
Oh, there we go.
That motherfucker owes me blood.
spend towards the value I can evade any threat.
Yes.
All right. Focus in helm control.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, if it helps, the ship's gonna crit due to her talent.
Yep. And let's see. I will. Oh, we don't have any momentum. So sad. Just roll 2. We got 4 hits right now, so. I just having traits. No. Generate 1 off that.
Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. The Achilles warps away, and as it warps away, the camera kind of sees the ship blast past it, and the planet just folds in on itself. A massive, apparent black hole appears, and then it starts pulling in the nearby star as gases flow into it, highlighting it into a blaze of red and orange. It looks like a fiery pinwheel of death that can be seen for quite some distance, and eventually it is no longer on sensors because you're too far away. But we have a new problem. Well, we have a different problem. Hey, people in the transporter room, what are you gonna do? It's you've kind of fallen out of combat at the moment, but you do have this thing that's glowing bright green light in the doors open.
Shield.
Yeah. Isa is like you can tell is just like frozen both from the shock of what Ryloff did and in what is obviously like a theological experience. Someone else will have to do this.
Control plus security, difficulty of 5 to put up a shield that is effective against the target. Assisted by structure plus security, because internal force fields are a security problem. And the one person who's really good at that is the one advantage.
I guess this is Kino doing this.
Probably.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad that I saved that determination, because holy shit. It's never too late to succeed.
Yeah, I think that applies here.
Because, I mean, this thing just took my commanding officer, but it's not too late to stop it. And then take, oh boy, 4th threat, 1 momentum.
Oops. Wait, yeah, no. Freaking stop.
No.
4 momentum. That's 4 threat, 1 momentum. There.
Here we go. Oh, god damn it.
Oh, we got 6.
Yeah, 6. And unfortunately, I cannot quash that complication.
The complication is as Kino is futzing with the system and trying to modulate the shield in such a way that the voices stop, which, that's not exactly a very straightforward thing and gets very distracting. And there's a certain safety protocol she tends to forget about because she's in a bit of a hurry. And it's a little distressing and not terribly comfortable. And that's when the shield goes up, her console explodes,
Yeah.
dealing. Uh, what's the scale of the ship again? 8? No.
5.
5.
5.
Yeah.
The resistance is 8.
Right. That's what.
Khaaill ate Achilles.
Like,
That would be terrifying, honestly.
I mean, I like how like we were joking about like, oh, pen's thick, like, but this isn't the thick Achilles, right?
Yeah, well, it's very befitting
It's a fair
'cause,
point.
Achilles was immune except for his ankles,
heel.
his heel. Yeah, I
Mhm.
hope we never find out what our Achilles heel is.
I already know what it is. It's psionics. Always psionics.
For a while, it was also our medical department because like we had like a 1.
I mean, now it's only a 2, which
That's a lot better though.
is it?
It's 100%
It's like
increase.
twice as good.
And narratively
Sure.
speaking, it's also an improvement.
Well, that's a lot of deltas.
Everyone in the room, because it was area, is suffering. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Correct. Everyone in the room
8.
is suffering.
8 stress intense. So so what was it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 stress, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 resources to avoid the injury.
Is this lethal?
Yes.
Okay, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, GM.
Mhm.
I have 3 instances of the Declaration of Gallantry, which lets you half it. Can I half that and half it again? So, no, we'll just half it. Do we round up or down?
Down. If you have it once, it won't do enough to injure you anyway.
Okay, I'll half it and only take 3 stress.
No, 4.
Because a half of 8 is 4.
I thought it says 7. Oh,
7 is the amount of threat needed to avoid an injury.
my bad.
So Aza's fine.
Is it like a wave of energy?
Basically, the Kino runs over to a console, starts pulls open a panel, starts rapidly tapping at stuff and cooking things up and trying to get things to work. The shield pops on, and then there's this massive surge that crawls the wall, and poof.
It's that one lightning effect.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I imagine Aza might have literally fallen to her knees and is prostrating, like in front of the thing, and maybe she just literally ducks to avoid the brunt of it.
Really funny.
Khaaill goes down.
Kino goes down.
Like, he's still got some, like, free stress left. It's just a case of... Yeah. He's just going to take the lethal injury. He can't... That's not worth.
Nanerta.
Any chance I could dive for cover? Like leap to the other side of the transporter island thing?
Oh, do you not have a determination?
Or I spent it.
If he dove. Oh, wait, no. Okay, I know how to do this. Jeez, I don't know
where it is.
It is. No, I know what it is. It's so it would be like fitness. You'd have to spend a threat, but it'd be fitness, engineering, fittingly enough. Difficulty base 2 plus the initial thing that hit you. So, oh wait, it's not the person who did it. It's me. I made it this, so it's now this. I'll spend to make it a little harder because this is super scary. And I want to welcome you to how bad the Achilles is and how dangerous it is. So, if you spend a threat, you can perform fitness engineering difficulty 5. If you succeed, you will have you basically will have dived for cover. There we go.
Right. Sure. Why not? Okay. Fitness engineering, athletics for a focus.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. That's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll buy a full mit for a 6 threat.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, he blew me up last week, so.
Oh no, I mean it's fine. I just want to see if I could pull this off.
Ah.
I mean, he unsuccessfully blew me up, but
No, successfully
Well,
blew you
you
up. Just didn't
deliberately
usually
have
die.
yourself blown up.
Yeah, true.
he could have done that.
You don't get to blame me for that.
Holy shit!
You're the ones who threw in the grenades.
I'd jump over that thing like a
Yeah,
spider monkey, old man.
You do more than dive for cover. You go like full through lake and like jump onto the wall, jump to the floor, jump up into the air, like just
Parkour!
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So I should have done instead of athletics, parkour. Just the idea of an Adosian doing parkour.
It's really good.
Isa, the shield's up. The voices stop. Unfortunately, Satala and Kino look like they're about to die as they look severely burned.
Well, it's a good thing we have an emergency medical hologram.
Well, also you've got the doctor right here.
Well,
Well,
Well.
but there are 2 patients.
Okay. She'll scream for the emergency medical hologram. She will dive for Satal, and the hologram can take Kino. Can I say that because we were just on an away mission, I still have my emergency med kit with me?
that'd be reasonable, sure.
Okay, and I'm not going to find it right now. I forget the name, but there is a drug that helps with burns. Can I apply that one?
You could, yeah.
I will look now. What's the role? I'm going to be administering that. Administering that and attempting stabilizing care for transit.
Daring medicine difficulty 2 would be higher, but you're applying the appropriate drug.
Mhm.
Plus the kit would help with that, but still. Either way, it's diff 2.
It's dermaline is what we're doing.
It's just down to the muscle layer. It's fine, right? He doesn't need
Oh
all that
God.
fur.
It makes the intramuscular injection all that easier. You've opened up the wound site for me. Hey, daring medicine. I'm not gonna have a focus in this. 1 threat, 2 momentum. God damn it. Okay, free reroll for bolts. Okay.
You succeeded.
Yeah, we succeeded, but I didn't want to comp them.
Guess take 2 threat, GM.
2 threat eye.
Focus in emergency medicine,
Y'all.
and I get the momentum back.
You have stabilized the 2 patients who are very badly burned. They will need a sick bay.
Fortunately, we have a sick bay.
The doors to the orb thing are still open, right?
Yep. You can actually see the force field flickering like something's impacting the shield.
Okay. Can I use like another set of force fields and stuff and try and close the doors with it inside the exterior force field? Like manipulate.
Control plus
Totally engineering.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll do control engineering difficulty of control engineering difficulty 4 assisted by structure engineering. This is reflecting that you are trying to affect something that is heavily shielded, that requires some finesse to close, while also not compromising the shield that you want to keep there in the first place.
Right. What might be a good focus for this? Field dynamics or something?
Ooh, yep. Field dynamics will totally do it.
Okay. Okay. Let's give them the focus field dynamics.
Alternatively, unified field theory, but no, that's unified. That's unified. Nah, never mind. Your thing's right. Don't mind me. I'm a bit loopy.
Dokie. I'm on the ship, so I should have an advantage of the engineering team working to kind of back me up from engineering with guarding against power fluctuations and.
You're 100% right. Yep.
Okay. So that brings it down to diff 3.
It's really funny that you haven't even been to engineering.
Shut up! I'm your new chief engineer. I don't care if you haven't seen me.
We haven't met, but obey my orders.
Trait of a Dojian. With 3 multi-dexterous arms, they are able to operate multiple stations or controls at the same time.
That, in this case, given how complex it is, I'll give you that, yeah.
Okay, so that brings it down to 2. So take, let's see, we definitely want bold engineering. So take a threat for the 3rd die. It's down to diff 2, so let's see if we can do it with this. Should have been control, but it's the same score as fitness. Reroll the whiff with bold. There we go. For a total of 4 on a 2.
2 gained. You're able to the force field kind of contracts every so often. It's kind of warbly to begin with to be sort of variable force shield to adjust to the weird energy signature, and one of them just very quickly closes and very precisely pressures the doors into closing, but not so much you're trying to crush it because that may do things you don't want it to do. It's like there, it's closed, and then immediately that field dissipates because you don't need that particular part of the field to be there. You just wanted it to close it, so the rest of the field just warbles in place.
I kind of my legs get spread equidistantly. They kind of squat in the resting position. Whew. Okay, well, what time is it? Is the first day over yet?
Down to med bay we go. Sarlacc, Pend, and Celia are as Pend's probably updated to a degree of what's been happening, which means Sarlacc and Celia are aware of what's happening.
Everything's fine, right? No one said anything, right? So
we're
as
all
Pend
fine
hears
here.
like,
how are you?
Yeah, because through Penn's comm badge or through like the speakers in the ceiling, you hear all this noise and commotion. It's like, the hell's going on?
Commander, do you want to go down or am I going down?
We'll lay down transporter bay, Captain. And the commander will head out.
This is about as much rest as this ship allows me to have. I'm heading to the bridge.
That seems like a reasonable thing to do. I'll follow along.
Up to the bridge we go. Eventually, I'll be coming with you. Here we are. Wait, I didn't need to copy pasta. You're already here. Boop, boop, boop. She steps away from the CO chair when she sees you.
Ah, my bridge. I'm so happy to be back so soon after medbay. Update on what's going on, please, anyone?
Leave that?
Yeah, yes.
Well, don't all speak at once.
Frankly, Captain, I'm not entirely sure what happened. We saw Ensign Venn saw a life form that was in the anomaly that consumed the planet and is destroying the star system. We beamed the life form aboard, and then there has been some sort of commotion in the transporter room. And an overload down there.
At this point, has the shield been constructed, and are the people stabilized and being moved to medbay?
They would be, yeah.
Okay. And then in that case, can I hail the bridge with my comm badge?
You certainly could. You'll probably find Thralic coming into the room as you're tapping your badge.
Yeah. Like I imagine, as the ensign is trying to explain to him, you get like an urgent ping from Asa. Asa's bridge.
This is bridge.
Okay. We just Rylov's gone. We just beamed up an orb of the prophets. Kino and Satal are in critical condition and are being transported to medbay as we speak. I don't know where Rylov is or what happens to him, but he's gone.
I deserve a raise.
I'll figure out the Rylov situation. You're not getting a raise. I want more scans from you then. And he just looks over to Slayer. Yeah. This happens.
Nanerta will tap his badge. Captain, it's worth noting that this is some sort of mutated or biomechanically enhanced orb. It has multiple legs and various what are apparently organic materials growing out of and around the traditional orb casing. And I really think that I deserve a raise. This is a hell of a first day. None of this was in the job description.
Join the club.
GM, can I
don't want to join the club.
Go ahead.
can I review my knowledge of Federation law and see what is supposed to happen here when you have 20th dimensional beings that are being held captive, and they're also technically the prophets of a member world?
Only 10th dimensional.
Technically, there is a god of several crew members aboard the ship in the transporter bay.
Captain, I'd classify whatever's in this thing as actively hostile. I managed to close the doors. Rylov apparently got possessed or something. Anyway, he dropped the shield we had around it and opened it. We managed to get another containment shield up, and the doors closed. But before that, it was battering some sort of force against the containment field. Whatever's in there is not happy and gentle.
Wow.
So the insight command difficulty of
It
2.
It got what it wanted.
This seems like an appropriate time. Maybe we could use some momentum. I'll spend determination towards Logic is the end of wisdom, not the beginning, because nothing anyone has said makes a lick of sense.
I will take that, yes.
Do I need to repeat welcome to the club?
Why do you think they assigned this particular counselor to this? Like, no. This one will be able to figure that damn ship out.
That's 5 successes, so 3 momentum, I think.
So if diplomatic overtures are possible, and an avenue open, it is suggested under Federation law that for the betterment of all sapient species and to perish the scourge of intergalactic war, that peace should be always attempted, and diplomatic contact engaged. If the other party is overtly hostile or some sort of existential threat to the Federation, then certain articles of the Federation do cover the destruction of a life form. It is frowned upon to destroy a life form, if at all possible not to. But in the Federation law does not demand a Federation citizen to sacrifice themselves for another living being. Starfleet has certain regulations regarding that, which is different than Federation law, but the Federation as a whole tries to uphold life as much as possible, and tries to foster peace if ever possible. But,
And any complications going to come from the Bajoran delegation.
Oh yeah, the Bajoran counselors will be furious if an orb gets destroyed. That's not even just law. That's just the practicality of government. The Bajorans are always looking for these orbs, even the Paraith ones. I mean, they'll probably destroy it anyway, but
That's their decision to make, even if it's on your starship.
Is this a Paraith orb, or is it just a corrupted orb, or what's the
I
difference, really?
From my understanding, it is an orb that was corrupted by the Paraiths.
Okay.
Commander Thralic?
Yes, Captain.
Secure the orb and get it to somewhere safe. Set up a perimeter and secure access until we have more information. Don't let anyone access it until we have those things set up.
Hey, sir.
Yes, Counselor.
That's the wish of the council as well. that is the appropriate action.
Ensign Ven, any sign of Ryloff on any layer of reality we can detect? Says Jaishu, just kind of with a shrug of, I don't know how you would do that, but okay.
I'll do what I can.
What do you see with your elf eyes?
Reason plus science, difficulty 5. Assisted by sensors, science.
Sensor operations focus.
Yes.
Okay. I am going to value spend, always ask questions.
Yep.
All 5 momentum for 4 dice. Re-rolling that comp. That is 7 successes.
Boop.
That will also do this. Oh, for
Thank you.
GM, we should only have 2.
All right. We need an old Vedic and a young Vedic.
Are they gonna walk into a bar together?
No, it's the old exorcist joke. I need an old priest and a young priest.
Then
Yes.
you detect the life form you're looking for past the anomaly.
Okay.
Director.
I got an
And
idea,
then-
Finn. Why don't you just beam it the fuck aboard?
It closes.
Ah, shit.
It's gone. He was in there.
In where, Ensign?
The linchpin has arrived at the turning point.
Ensign?
He looks gravely at the screen. Linchpin arrived, turning. I heard it. Rylov is on the other side of that anomaly. Wherever it sent him. Maybe I can use this data to figure out where the other side is. Maybe we can find another way to get there.
Lieutenant Shishra, I'm going to be sending you coordinates. Please plot a course and make way.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Should have. I have 2 questions basically. Well, first I'll open it up to everyone else. Does anyone else have questions?
Many, but
Since you were scanning through that dimensional portal, did the scans give you enough information to get any kind of fix on where it was?
Yeah,
Stars
I
or
think
anything like
that's.
that?
Yeah, I think that's my first question. Oh no. It really is. It really is what does God need with a starship? Fuck. That can't be right. The other side of the anomaly seems to be pointing towards the galactic core. And my second question is, in our reality? Or the other one?
The fact that you have to ask.
The fact that he has to say,
What do you mean, yes and no?
that's what the readings indicate. Actually, you know what? A momentum, I can clarify that.
Okay, I will spend my other cluster, generate 2 more bonus momentum.
Okay. So one of those being spent. So the past that point, it goes into a different one and then back to yours.
So, what, did Rylov just, like, boomerang?
Is that a question you're asking me?
Yes. Like, he boomeranged into the other reality. He like, went into the other reality and then boomeranged back into ours at the galactic core?
The galactic core is yours, but it passed through another reality. Like it like there was a pass-through point.
Mhm. Okay. But the galactic core is where he is. Galactic core in our reality is where he is now.
That's where he should be, yes.
Okay, well that's best I've got. Captain, if we're gonna get Rylov back, we're gonna need to go to the galactic core.
I've got only so much time and so many problems. Just add it to the list and get me more information.
Aye, Captain.
Jaishu comes over to Pend and kind of lowers her voice a bit and looks at Celia. And then, unless Pend waves Celia off, Jaishu isn't going to, because she doesn't know. She hasn't been looped in. She doesn't know. Sometimes VIPs get to be in on these conversations. So it's like, if the captain's cool with her being here, I guess he's cool with her being here. Cool. But she whispers, Ensign Ven was muttering something odd earlier. I'm worried that he may be mentally compromised. I would advise he be sent to speak with the counselor to ensure he's okay.
Oh, great, another one. Sure, yeah, take him down. Just keep me informed, please.
What was that?
Take him down.
Yeah, take him down. Just keep me informed, please.
Will no one rid me of this turbulent ensign?
Ensign Ven, you're with me?
Yes? Okay.
Course laid in, Captain, says Sister Shreer.
Okay, go when ready, and I'm going to give it an hour, then we're having a senior staff meeting.
And with that, that'll be the end of the episode.